Do do do. Say we don't want to get copyright. Now let me just get the rock thing going.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, because yeah, we could have got copyright because they playing. I was playing some shit over here. I
Mm-hmm.
mean,
Yeah, yeah. He was getting the jam. You getting the party started, right?
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. I know. It sucks that they would do that, considering that we ain't even asking for no money to play. Just to have some music on in the background. You know what I mean? That's shit. That's trash.
yeah.
Oh
But
well, and that's a curse in the first like 60 seconds. So we'll probably get hit from that.
well, I mean, well, speaking of getting hit on something, let me just because I can tell we still don't have that many people who streamed in yet, but let me go to something that I just happened to notice.
Yeah.
This is how I'll tell you that check mark. That check mark is nonsense on Twitter.
Okay.
Uh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? So this oh wait a minute. Well, I guess I could share my. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna share my screen yet because I'm gonna save that before it starts jacking up on me. But anyway,
Mhm.
Nico had said something and he put out a response and I was responding to a Zionist on there. Um, the dude that I responded to, he put that's what they do. Just a simple response. It
Mhm.
got 240 acknowledgments, right?
Okay.
Um, now mind you, this account has what? No check mark, 105 following, 171 followers. I
Okay.
respond to him. I have a check mark, 64 views.
Yeah, you see? Come on.
So what's the point of paying for the check mark if you don't even get more views than people without a check mark?
Exactly.
Because that's what the whole thing is supposed to be. Is supposed to help you get reach. Now I know on this particular Twitter account, I tend to say more than I do on the other one because I try to keep the other one more professional.
Hmm.
But even the one where I actually laid out my little argument, uh, you know what? I might even save that for some conversation that might go on later because we got a couple of different topics to jump into. Um, as y'all can see, me and Chris are back at it again. We were just talking about a little bit of stuff before everybody kind of got in and before we got the show started. So, how was your week, sir? How was y'all week out there?
Oh, so far it was good. The weather's pretty much changed. We're getting almost summer weather now. So as far as that goes, that's always a good thing. Work as usual, busy, long hours and shit. But, I'm not complaining about it. Um, Basketball was good today. We had a good game today. We thought we had a game-winning shot with 3 seconds left. They inbound the ball. The dude puts up a three, hits it at the buzzer. We lose by one. So,
Mm.
but it was an exciting game today. You know what I mean? I can't complain. So we'll be back at it tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get a win tomorrow. But overall, it was cool. But other than that, I can't complain. And as usual, just following up on the news or trying to anyway, day by day. A lot of things happen every day, everywhere around the world. So it's pretty hard to just stick to one story because everything catches your eye, right? Everything catches your ear. There's other things that maybe is something a little niche to you. Like, for instance, shout out to all the wrestling people today. I know they high on WrestleMania right now. The Rock came back to wrestling, so that's a major event for that particular crowd. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I never really got into the wrestle stuff since way back, old school wrestling. Talking about the Macho Man Randy Savage and the Coco Bewares and Junkyard Dogs back to that day.
I think I stopped watching wrestling probably like 99, 2000. That's pretty much. I think that's whenever I stopped. That's whenever I stopped watching. You know.
Oh wow. Well, what Yonina just put in there. Good gracious.
Yeah. Prayers to
Oh,
you.
yeah, prayers to you and your family. I see Wheezy's in here being funny already. I don't know if we I don't know, depends on how much time we talk. We might get into some Diddy news or whatever, but I mean we'll just take it by ear on the topics that we got. Um we don't have as many main topic stories that we normally would get to, but we got some kind of like stuff that will be in the news rundown that is it's worth a little bit more of a worth a longer conversation than a couple of minutes on. So we're gonna hit up some of that stuff. If y'all didn't know, um, what's happened in New York? I don't know, Chris, you got that video?
Yeah.
Figure we can start off.
One you want me to? Which one you want me to? Which one you want me to pull up?
Earthquake. For those that didn't see, there was an earthquake in New York, by the
Oh,
way. And I mean, I don't. I mean, of course, I'm not a New Yorker, so I'm not going to know the severity and level of it. Living in California, we do have them out here. Um, but and we've had one in Kansas City, which Kansas City in their history, one has completely destroyed the whole area before. So um, I kind of worry a little bit more about earthquakes. I had somebody actually earlier in the week when I was telling him, I grew up in the Midwest. He was like, "Yeah, you're not scared of the tornadoes?" And I'm like, he asked me, tornadoes are earthquakes. Which am I more worried about? And I'm like, uh, earthquakes by far definitely scare me more than anything else. Because what the hell can you do? You can't run from an earthquake.
and not just
You,
that, you don't have a warning. For instance, people always ask me here in Florida, "Aren't you afraid of hurricanes?" I'm like, we have
no,
days in advance notice. So if I
weeks in
wanted
advance.
Correct. You can prepare for a hurricane and you can be out of Dodge well before it makes land, right? If you decide that you want to stay, that is on you. But earthquakes and tornadoes, you just be chilling, sipping a Mai Tai or some shit, rolling up, hitting the joint, and then all of a sudden you doing a Harlem Shake for no reason, or your property and car is getting swept up in a tornado or some shit. So those are definitely weather events that, or not just only weather, but one is a weather event that happens relatively quickly and without much notice. And the ground shaking under you, I mean, there is no notice to that. It just happens.
I mean, even with tornado, at least you get a little bit of a warning. Because I
Little
mean,
bit.
it's not like 95 anymore. It's not like when the
Mhm.
movie Twister came out when you get like 30 minutes to an hour. A lot of times you'll know, okay, tornado warning, and you probably got a couple of hours. So at least you
Okay.
can get home and be like, is it gonna hit? Okay, they're kind of getting a little closer, so maybe I need to
Hmm.
get my ass. And another thing is in the Midwest, everybody's house at least has a basement.
Yeah.
Everybody has a basement. So if you got a basement, at least you got some kind of shelter to get to. And if
Yep.
you're out in the country, a lot of times you got well, and some of them literally almost have like damn near bomb proof, basements,
Yeah,
because
like a
a lot of
bomb
those
shelter.
houses were made back into like the 50s when they were worried about nuclear war. So
Yep.
it's not as scary in the Midwest. Plus, tornadoes, especially unless they're like really, really super powerful, once they start getting to the cities and buildings, it kind of starts breaking them apart. But an earthquake, it's not much you can do with an earthquake. But yeah, this is the video that I wanted y'all to see. So let me mute mine. Actually, I don't have to mute mine. That's right.
Millions along the East Coast rattled by aftershocks after a 4.8 magnitude earthquake on Friday. Just after 10 a.m., people near the epicenter in New Jersey feeling the quake for 30 seconds. Many calling into our New York station WABC TV.
We originally thought that something exploded outside. And it started shaking very, very, very violently. I mean, this explosion was near deafening. It was nuts.
It was the strongest earthquake to hit the region in more than 2 centuries.
Regarding the earthquake, I spoke to the governor. He thinks everything's under control. He's not too concerned about it.
From Maine to Maryland and in major cities like New York and Philadelphia, millions feeling the jolt.
We were actually stopped on the George Washington Bridge, and we felt something rumble. We didn't know if it was cars going by us or what it was.
But it felt like a joke, and you saw cars.
I paused it real quick to say that if anybody's ever been to the Northeast, New York, New Jersey, if you've ever been on the George Washington Bridge, you already know that's a hit or miss bridge, or at least it feels like it if you're on the upper level. That shit already sways a little bit, right? And obviously I know they're designed to give a little bit of, movement on these suspension bridges, these long bridges. So there is going to be some movement, but the George Washington Bridge is a bridge that you will go over and you will say your prayers, because sometimes the movement on that is a little too much. You know what I mean? And you really will think, I think my days is over now. So I can imagine already being on the GWB and adding an earthquake to that. Yeah, I'm sure people were like, damn, did I make my will correctly? But I'm going to go back and play this video.
Like that. Kind of shake back and forth.
Officials using drones to make sure bridges are still safe.
We are scanning the bridges up and down, looking for any type of anomalies, looking for any structural defects, looking for anything that's out of the ordinary.
No
It's a
reported
practical
injuries,
use.
but the shaking damaged 3 multifamily homes in Newark, New Jersey, forcing evacuations.
And now we just basically sitting here just waiting. We don't know what to do.
Seismologist Dr. Lucy Jones says things could have been worse if the epicenter had been under a more densely packed city.
I think to be getting substantial damage, you need to be getting larger, 5.5 to 6, and you need to be putting it in an urban area.
The earth cam on top of the Statue of Liberty shaking. Even batting practice at Yankee Stadium feeling the tremors.
I felt something. I thought, right? And then, I'm glad to hear it, because I know that I'm not going crazy now.
Chuck Sievertson, ABC News, New York.
Yeah, I was looking at Yonina's comment. She's like, that was a warning. And I'm wondering if we might not be getting a whole lot of prophetic warnings. Of course, everybody don't share the beliefs, definitely of myself. And of course, I could probably speak for Yonina in this, that we do look out for prophetic things happening. There she is. Perfect, right on time. Luke 21:11 says, and great earthquakes shall be in diverse places, and famines and pestilence and fearful sights, and great signs shall there be from heaven. So this is what I mean. Right on point. Good job, Yonina. But go ahead. Sorry,
New York. No, you straight. New York would be a place that, God forbid, if a hurricane, an earthquake of any serious measure was to hit New York, that would be just total. Oh, that would be so bad. I mean, I was thinking about it. They had the videos of guys up on the skyscrapers doing, they were working, construction workers, and, it started swaying. And these guys are, I don't know how many stories up, but, it's obviously not just the third floor. They're way up in there, many stories above, the ground. And that shit starts shaking. Oh man, think about it. You're always worried about something coming down and crushing you. Imagine being up top and you get knocked down and you fall to your death. Ooh. So I called my parents. My pops told me that he was in the doctor's office. He said all of a sudden, obviously he started shaking there, so he went outside. Everybody was going outside to see what was going on, and because in New York, if the place is shaking, you probably would think it's a bomb or an attack before you think of an earthquake for New Yorkers. Or Connecticut, right? You would think an attack more than that.
That's what I was honestly. That's one of the first things that went through my mind. How many people were thinking at first, like, is this another like kind of 9/11 situation?
Mm-hmm. I'm sure
I'm sure that like first instinct,
across people's mind,
who are old enough to have experienced it.
Yeah, for sure. Especially again, like it's New York. I was born and raised there. And again, they just said during that report, it's been 200 years, since they recorded an earthquake in the city or in this particular region of the country. Again, I was born and raised there. I've never experienced that. All my people are still there. No one since the time I left there has said, "Yo, you missed the earthquake." So I'm pretty sure most people were thinking, "Oh, did we get hit again? Like, what's going on?" Not realizing that everybody was feeling it. So again, I'm glad that it didn't turn out to be worse than what it was.
Yeah, and another thing is, I think it's kind of a bullet got dodged with it kind of being in Jersey, which is not quite as populated and there's not as many. The area where it hit was kind of residential, and it
Mm-hmm.
didn't hit in like a place where there's taller buildings and things like that going on. What you were talking about, somebody working on skyscrapers, dropping something on somebody, falling. I mean, all kind of different things, or just causing like pileups and wrecks within the city. So that could have been a lot worse if it would have been a little bit further over. And also I did want to go back and address what Thomas has said. That is a good point that I did not mention. He said where was it at where he talked about unless you're poor in the Midwest to Oklahoma who lives in trailer house or apartment, your house has a basement or yard. So true, because that's correction. Yeah, if you live in a trailer, you do not have either a lot of times. Because
Correct.
and in fact, most of the times in the Midwest, those are the people you see on the news who are getting like demolished. Some of them have the means to move, some people can't afford to move, and so they're kind of in a rock and a hard place kind of situation. Plus, with a tornado, it's not like you really have the opportunity, because the way that they do a lot of these trailers, they're set up as to not just pick up and move instantly. You would have to like be planning that out and have some time, like a couple of days to really prep moving it. But
Mm-hmm.
how they have a lot of these trailer homes, they're not set to move within a couple of hours, and it's not enough of a warning. It's not like a hurricane where you had a week to know what the fuck to do. Um, if a tornado pops down on a trailer park, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
And a lot of apartments, yeah, a lot of the poorer apartments, it's probably like one kind of like cellar type place where everybody has to kind of get to, or sometimes they'll say, "Oh, we'll meet at somebody at a downstairs apartment," and that's the best you got, but you still got to worry about the windows, and it's not like you had time to board up any windows. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure to put in that clarification address. But good catch, Thomas.
And
Uh,
also too, there was the earthquake in Taiwan that went crazy. I saw like large buildings in Taiwan tipping over. That was another
yeah.
crazy. That was a crazy scene too.
Now that one was
Japan.
bad.
Yeah, Japan is lucky that it didn't turn into a tsunami. Because they could have easily been affected just the same. They had a warning there, and people made adjustments. Ironically, my cousin is in Japan now. She just went out there a couple days ago. So they got there like the day after the earthquake in Taiwan, and they were there for the tsunami warning. So I hit her on the gram like, "Yo, you're all right?" So she let me know that they was okay. Oh yeah, Thomas, I saw that.
I saw the post that he did, and I was like, I agree
I
with
was,
it, and that's probably the order I would put them in: 1, 2, 3,
and,
like that.
and I saw it before we came
Maybe,
on. So
maybe I would put Kobe ahead of LeBron.
LeBron's the best, man. We got to stop playing. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug.
Nah, I don't know about all that. I think
Yeah,
you'd put.
nostalgia.
I think you'd have if you had a 30-something-year-old Jordan, he'd be performing the same way he did in the 90s and in the same era. And I think people get it twisted thinking, oh, well, if he was in the 2000s or right now, he wouldn't be. No, he would be the same old Jordan. Don't let the
You know,
bullshit
my
fool you.
my only thing is, because a lot of people mention all of his accolades, right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and people see conspiracy theories everywhere. Michael Jordan, that's why I say nostalgia is a hell of a drug. If you think that the league after Bird and Magic wasn't looking for if you think the league was not looking for another superstar to bank on after the 80s of Larry Bird and Magic Johnson's Lakers and Celtics, it was Michael Jordan was the person they chose, is they crowned as the face of the NBA. If you think that the league didn't do certain things or make certain concessions to ensure that they could use this guy to market him in the best possible way, you can't market a guy who doesn't win. You can only market winners, since everybody loves a winner. You have Nike spending big money, the NBA big money, McDonald's spending big money, Sprite, Hanes, Fruit of the Loom, movies. You have all this stuff on Michael Jordan. Yes, he's going to be successful. There's far too much money in his success, and they didn't have an heir apparent after him. Look, when he left in '94, they didn't know who to choose, right? Shaq and them came up, but we didn't have that one guy who we were like, oh, here's another American basketball player who is as popular as Mike, who we can substitute with Mike. I think personally, I think that Mike,
because they looked at Penny, they looked at McGrady, they were looking at AI, they couldn't figure who was gonna break out of that, so they didn't have a designated person until Kobe came along.
And it took them a while to settle on Kobe, and it was all going good up until the rape charges.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I say. You can say that the league bent the rules or made things work for this person, but the talent has to be there first. You can't just be like, we're going to make Kurt Rambis the face of the league. It don't work that way.
Yeah, no. It doesn't. It doesn't at all. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. But we could get to that, a little bit later.
Man, you gotta tell Travius to quit bullshitting and get the show started. So I can come on.
He's been on the road too, so that's why he hasn't been local in probably 10 days or so. So he's been all in the Northeast and all that other shit. So I'm waiting for him to get back. I'm waiting for him to get back so we could do it. Pause. So he could, whatever.
Because I think I'm gonna talk to him first, but I think I might do my own thing as far as just movies and TV and stuff. And if anybody want to come on, hop on it whenever or upload content, I might do that, because there's some stuff that I've been chomping at the bits to do.
Besides, I know you said you was watching The Wire and Oz. Is there anything else besides that you was watching?
Right now I'm watching Sons of Anarchy.
Okay, but didn't you see that already?
No, I never watched it.
So
I've been because see, some of the shows I gotta wait for Liz to watch. She's like, no, I don't watch that too. So I haven't been watching Shogun because she wants to watch it too. So I can't get into and so I got like a list of things that I can't watch until we're both. So I gotta find other shows that I can watch in the meantime, and so Sons has been the show that I'm on right now.
Yeah, so I've been watching Shogun. That's my joint, and you really have to pay attention because they speak Japanese, so it's subtitles. So you really can't be playing on your phone or playing on a computer or talking to somebody and watching that show. You really have to be dedicated to the screen to actually pay attention and catch all of the, to catch everything that you need to catch to fully enjoy and understand the show. But it's great. I can't even front. It's really good. I'm watching BMF 2. I'm always going to watch whatever 50 put out. I'm going to give him a shot anyway, but I'm on my BMF tip. That's it's interesting.
And then see once I get that channel started, I can talk about all that stuff. And another reason for some of y'all that don't realize, like, why would you need to start another channel to do that? Well, you want to be able to talk about that stuff separate and not have the controversial stuff we talk about here to hamper the channel. And so also then the audience isn't quite the same, because you're gonna have some people who like right now, some of y'all might not want to hear nothing about none of these shows or sports that we're talking about, and
Correct.
they might not want to hear nothing about none of the political stuff. So you gotta make sure, and it helps the algorithm because you're
Yeah.
messing yourself. Oh, unless you are a brand, unless you're like a Joe Budden or
Or
you
like
know,
Pat McAfee or some shit like that.
yeah, unless you're a big channel, you know, a Joe Rogan, what is that Valuetainment or whatever,
Patrick
PVD.
Bet David.
Unless you're and I forgot, we're gonna dip into that a little bit, talk about that, but unless you're to
I
that
don't
level,
like that.
you can't.
You know what about that guy? I don't like that he's part owner of the Knicks. I'm really not a fan of that. But you know,
He
that's
is.
anything about that. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Speaking of New York teams, did you hear what the Nets did as far as IDF?
No. What they do? They had them on court. They honored them.
Gave out a whole bunch of free tickets to the IDF.
You know, that's really weird because it's very weird because Joe Tsai is the owner.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not of, if you look at Joe Tsai, like,
I don't understand it either.
you know, he's not.
I honestly, and y'all can say maybe I don't know. Y'all can make it whatever term you feel that I might be doing. I hope I'm not offending anybody, but it is weird to me how many Asian countries, which majority of the population isn't even Christian, or I can understand if you're a Christian and you're kind of okay because my Christian faith, I need to align with Israel, but a lot of Asian countries are like so pro-Israel. And I don't understand. Maybe it's because some of them have a very anti-Muslim kind of thing that they automatically, you know, enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. I don't know, but I don't know if somebody can explain it to me. Like for instance, in India, like some of the biggest Zionists in India, and they don't even like you don't
I
even
know.
rock with the same gods or believe the same thing. You just
No.
hardcore Zionists, and you don't even care about
You know the
Zion.
thing. You know,
Weird to me.
you know this is gonna come off. This is gonna come off bad, but you know what? It is what it is. Indians, they worship white people, especially in the business section, especially in the business sector. They worship white men, and the more successful you are, the more that the Indian will worship you. And you know, we see it with their worship of the British, we see it with their worship of the Zionists and the American businessmen, a la a Donald Trump or you know, a Mark Cuban or anything. Again, I grew up in New York. I'm very close with it. I'm very, very close with a Bangladeshi family. You know, I've got Indian friends. I can tell you just from my own experience and growing up with them, coming up with them people, you know, you learn about them. Yes, they very much worship the white guy. They really do. That is
And
their
that,
hero.
that
That is who they aspire to be like.
and that probably explains why that's one of the highest countries of skin bleaching. That's one of the highest sales of skin bleaching is in India. Yeah.
No,
Well, rough transition, but I mean, hey, sometimes we just kind of roll with whatever comes up, the
yeah.
conversation that's there. Um, you know, Nina's funny.
But
But
you know, but you know, sometimes you just got to call a spade a spade. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that we necessarily hate people. You know what I mean? We're just
yeah,
calling it out
no,
for
I'm
what it is.
just making observations on something that it just
Correct.
kind of was like weird to me and never. I mean, I did. It's not like I grew up with a lot of Indian friends or anybody who I can ask these questions. So I asked it and put it out there. And for some of y'all who are more cultured in these areas, y'all can help give some clarity.
Mm-hmm. You know, that's
Oh,
where I
I
get my
guess
accent from. You know what I mean? I've been around them.
I'm not going there with you. I'm not going there.
No, I'm not going to say that and then do the accent, right? I'll pause on that for now.
Oh yeah, I guess we probably roll into the next one. The 99 cent only.
Yo, I mean, is 99 cents only out there
It's a big deal out here.
California?
It's a big
Okay,
deal. Hold on a sec. I guess I grabbed it. Well, let me
because I got it up too.
I'm gonna toss it up on the.
Oh, if you really want to piss off Indian folks, start talking about Pakistan. That's the way to
Yeah,
go for them. That's their trigger.
and I know, like growing up for me, I'd only really heard of course, like Dollar General. I heard I don't even really remember hearing Dollar Tree growing up. But when I hit the East Coast, that's when I learned about Dollar Tree.
Family
Um
Dollar.
we had Family Dollar, but like I had
Okay.
never heard of like 99-cent only stores until I got to
Mhm.
California. And
There were some of these in New York too. 99 cents only or 99 cent stores.
mhm.
Again, like you, it was once I left the Northeast and I came south that I started to see, some of the other stores, Dollar Tree, Family Dollar in particular.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, here we go.
For others, it can now be a struggle to find affordable basic items, and in some cases, even groceries. All 99 cents only stores are closing. It's a chain many neighborhoods depend on. NBC4's Gordon Tokamatsu reports on the impact.
As 99-cent only stores from California to Texas prepare for their final curtain.
I didn't believe it.
Longtime customers in communities that rely on them the most. Do you think the era of the 99-cent store has gone away?
I hope not.
Are preparing for the inevitable.
In a normal place, this is around $40.
Mario Guzman showed us the stew pot he picked up for $25. He says in all the years he's been coming here, he's likely saved thousands.
A real good quality produce.
So are you going to spend more money next time you have a Christmas dinner?
Definitely.
How would you define the need here in Panorama City?
That needs to stay. That's how I would define it.
Rosalind Reed felt so strongly about the chain's business model that she bought stock in 99 cent back in the 1980s. She says communities like this one, where family budgets have been stretched by inflation, the loss of a reliable bargain source is felt most by those who need it.
It fulfills a
Pause
desperate
that,
need for
Marcus.
people who cannot afford to go spend those ridiculous prices.
Yeah, going ahead.
The jobs report came out the other day, right? And, they said the jobs added in the latest jobs report had exceeded even some of the projections that, Wall Street and other analysts had. And it just made me think that, okay, from the whole COVID, shutdown, lockdowns, whatever, it seems as if things are finally back to normal, right? And everybody's everybody's back in their spot, whether you're hybrid, whether you're fully remote, whether you're back in the office. I think everybody who wasn't working is able to go back to their job. Boom. With that being said, they said unemployment is it's under 4%. It's between like 3.5% and 4%, whatever it is, which is really, really low, which is good. Mm-hmm. However, when you get outside or you talk to your coworkers or you talk to other family members, people who are working, people have two people in a household, the financial struggles are still very much apparent and very much with us. So this is a bigger story. You could see this woman here, fine, probably emotionally she has a tie to that place. She's probably been going there for several years. It's very convenient for her. However, given the fact that most of these 99-cent store, Family Dollar, Dollar Tree, and the rest of them, do they sell things that are useful? Yes. Is it low quality? Yes. Right? It is very much still lower quality than you will find in other places, but it's $1 or it's $1 or less. With that, the fact that people are like, oh shit, now I gotta go shop at the Pathmarks, the Publixes, the Albertsons, and any other chains that I'm missing around the country from places I've never been. People don't want to go there because their dollar doesn't stretch that far in those other places. So while we have low unemployment and while we're adding jobs, the wages are not right. The wages are not enough to keep up with the day-to-day costs that we all have, so that we could even be able to save money. And you don't have to have a lot of vices, because I hate when people say, well, cut your spending, cut your spending. Look, not everybody's buying a whole bunch of Coke on a Friday when they get out of work, or buying a whole bunch of prostitutes, or buying out bars every single weekend. You should be able to purchase things and do things for yourself, and to even maybe, give yourself a little fix for whatever your vice may be. You understand what I'm saying? Because you still have to live, but the money is not adding up to where people are actually able to progress, to save money on a level to where it's like, yo, you know what? You want to go on vacation for 10 days? Let's go, on them saving, not from getting a tax return that was large, or somebody giving them some money. There's that has to be adjusted. But I keep thinking that this is all ways to actually bring about the UBI.
I mean, I don't know if it could be, maybe not. I think that and shout out to Kaladine. She says, finally catching y'all live again. Yay. Can't chat, but I'm listening. I'm glad that you're there. What I would say is, I think this is boiling down to I think it was Streets that just said it, big store wars on Dollar General. I mean, this is a new CEO who just came over from Big Lots. I wouldn't be surprised if and like I was talking to Liz about it. I said, you got to understand the dynamics that go on with these kind of places. For all you know, they could already be in a hole. Maybe their overhead cost. Some people might look at, well, they only pay their workers this amount of money. Now, disclaimer: please don't jump down my throat and let me finish this out before y'all get upset with me. For each employee, say that the employee makes, say, $15 an hour. There's a certain amount of money which you have to provide for workman's comp, all that stuff like that. That's overhead that's not seen as far as the cost of that employee. Also, all of that does have to be factored into the budget of that company, and then the overhead on how much they're paying for that building in that location, and all these things like that, and the taxes that go on top of it. I'm not boohoo crying for the big rich billionaires. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is I'm explaining kind of how these business models work. When they have a CEO who's running this and who's accountable to shareholders, and shareholders are looking for a certain amount of yield back on their investment, they're going to cut everything else they can to make sure that shareholder profits stay where they have assured that they will stay. If they can't keep them at that level, many shareholders will say, okay, we'll yank our money and shut down business, and you're out of business anyway. And so that's part of the shittiness of capitalism in this country, how it gets to being about the product over well, not even the product, but it gets to being about, when I'm saying the product, the business itself, the product, it gets to being about that overall for a lot of people, a little bit of people with a whole lot of money. And that's just the barrel that most people are over. Now, at the same time, when you're going to these places like Dollar General, at 99-cent store, a lot of times you're not only getting lesser quality, like Chris had brought up. A lot of times you might even be getting just less in general. For that bag, because a lot of times I go in there, I go to these places, I go and grab like candy. If you look at that bag of candy versus the bag of candy that you're going to get at any of these other stores, and I'm not going to shout out their names necessarily, you're getting less. You're getting probably like half or a third of what you would be getting in the other one. So in actuality, you're not actually saving money. What you're doing is you're paying less to get X, but you're getting less of X at the same time. It's the same thing with people who go to discount airlines. Okay, yeah, you can get that flight cheaper, but now you can't carry, now you can't get bags, now you can't get food, now you can't get this, and you lose a whole lot of other things and just stripping it down to the basics.
Yeah, you lose some basic things. Again, the airlines is one of my, I got real beef with the airlines. The prices, the way they date rape you, and, no offense to anybody who's actually been raped, but, come on, this is how we talk. The way that they do it, the way they have the airline set up, that shit is straight robbery. Straight robbery. It's ridiculous. You may as well like ship your items to wherever you're going ahead of time, and then just buy your ticket, and so you could get on the plane and ship it back. I mean, because the cost for you to ship some shit probably to where you're going might be cheaper than actually paying the bag fees at this point in time.
Yeah.
99 cents.
Oh no, go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
No, Atraz, what's up? His comment got me. 99 cents home with a fun size pack of Yo, I don't think you will. If your rubber costs 99 cents, you may as well buy Plan B too when you go get those condoms.
It's like for instance, I was in Dollar Tree. Do you know, like most places, like Walmart, you return some food and say the food is no good, right? They're gonna toss the whole thing out. Let's say you bought like a bag of not bag, like something has separately packaged stuff. Let's say you got like some oatmeal pies, right? You guys know oatmeal pies or the fudge brownies, right?
Okay.
These mofos will sell you a half a box. Like it's supposed to be 10 of them in there, and so they got 7, and they just sell it to you for a discount. That's the kind of stuff you'll get at stores like this. And so, I mean, and I'm not talking about it's packaged that way. I mean, somebody ate like 3 of them and returned the shit. And then they're like, well, we still need to make a profit. So let me just sell this returned box of oatmeal pies that have been sitting in somebody's dash. But yeah, let me here, we'll finish this out. And here's the thing, and I've heard mixed reports, so I'll just say this. I've heard that an investment group is thinking about trying to get in and try to put up the capital to kind of keep this thing going. Then I've heard other ones talk about liquidation is starting as early as next week. So I don't know which way this is going to go. I guess when they're completely out of business, then we'll know for a fact.
Yeah, I mean, again. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Marcus. Play it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll just let it out. It's only one more minute.
And it's not just 99 Cents' 14,000 employees who will feel the pinch. It's also small business owners like Jorge Figueroa, who've relied on a steady stream of 99 cent only customers for their incomes.
This is the place I came to sell my plants, and that's what I do for a living.
The store here on Woodman Avenue is surrounded by small vendors like Jorge, today trying to figure out where they'll go next. 99 Cent Only issued a statement Thursday, citing various reasons for the closures, ranging from the pandemic to changing consumer demand to shoplifting. But for customers now clamoring for closeout bargains, it means saving money just got a little bit harder.
Oh, it's so sad to, not only for me, for everybody.
One man told us he's glad there are other bargain options out there like Dollar King, Dollar Tree, and Dollar General, but they just don't have quite as many stores as this one did.
Damn, you would never know the guy
City,
talking in Japanese.
NBC4
Jesus.
Yeah, man, you never know these days, especially in America. Can't just judge a book by its cover. Oh shoot, let me close this out.
Yeah.
But and that's the thing. especially in a place like California, for instance. I mean, for those people who have a sentimental tie to, you know, the 99-cent store, I get it, but there's other places you could go to and still, you know, okay, you pay a couple cents more. But another problem is these stores do have a problem dealing with a lot of theft. So if you got people stealing from the store, that hurts the bottom line, and that also hurts keeping these stores in the community, because if people are stealing from it, a business is not going to run things like a charity. I mean, as much as we would want them to, that's just not reality. So
I'm
if they
sure.
feel like they're losing money, they're going to shut the doors.
Well, I'm sure they've been. I'm sure they feel the. I'm sure they're feeling it from the increase in cost to the increase of all the products they purchase. You know, look, they buy stuff in bulk, and it probably still is very expensive for them. You know what I mean? The costs have went up across the board, whether it's health insurance for your full-time employees. You know, they're probably asking for raises to keep up a little bit. It's not as if they're paying their employees $40 or $50 an hour. You know, most of their employees probably don't even qualify for health insurance because they probably work less than, 32 hours, a week. So, but I fully, I get it. I understand, because again, when I have conversations with people, I'm a person at work, I go to the store and I just look at things. I paid almost $3 for 2 tomatoes today. I made a salad, with dinner tonight. I bought 2 regular tomatoes. I put them on the scale, and it was like 2.49 for 2 tomatoes. I almost threw them shits, but I was like, damn, I really want it for my salad, so I'll just go with it. But I'll just hit the fruit market as opposed to just copping it at Publix. I love Publix, but again, 2.49 for 2 tomatoes, that's kind of crazy.
I mean, when I was down there in Florida, I do miss Publix. Publix is pretty nice. Now don't get me wrong. I mean, out here you still got you got some nice spots out here. You can hit Stater Brothers out. It is weird to me because when I was in Florida, we did have Albertsons, but Albertsons in Florida that I ran into were not like an Albertson in California. They're
Okay.
not the same. Like the Albertsons I ran into in Florida were kind of run down. Like they weren't like on the level of a Publix. Like every
Okay.
Publix you went to, it was quality, every single one.
Oh,
And
now Publix don't play, kid. They don't play. They don't play. Their store's gonna be clean. Their
Mhm.
employees are going to be very nice. They're going to be respectful, cordial, and
Mhm.
extremely helpful. If you go to a Publix employee and you say, "Hey, where do you keep the dish soap?" The employee is not only going to walk you there, he don't have to ask his next guy where it is or the next woman where it is. They know exactly where it is. You go
Mhm.
to other places like the place that's owned by the Walton family, Jesus Christ, you'll be lucky. You'll be lucky if they even speak English there, much less to be able to direct you to where anything else is.
And what you'll run into here is like even the ones that are be nice here. This is just a particular California thing. Um, the bathrooms, the bathrooms. Well, I just hate the bathroom situation in California. It's so ridiculous. Like you go into a major restaurant and you got to go to the front and ask for the key or ask for somebody to unlock the bathroom, like you're going to a gas station and there's going to be homeless people or something. I mean, it is ridiculous. Like the gas station where you got to run and go get the key, like the rundown
Yeah.
gas stations in Florida. You got to do that at even the nicer grocery stores here. And like Ralph's would be like a kind of a really, like their quality is good at most of them, but you still got to do that shit. You don't just have a bathroom that you can go to, and that's kind of one of my pet peeves. No bathrooms in California. So
Yeah,
if you're
that's
somebody who has an active bladder and you got to go quick, make sure you hit
use
the
the bathroom
bathroom a
before
couple of
you
times
leave,
before you leave the house.
and don't
Cause
drink too much on the way.
oh yeah, if I have an outing anywhere here, I'm damn near dehydrated leaving the house. Because especially like you go like sightseeing downtown LA, There's nowhere to use the bathroom. And I understand why everything smells like piss.
Because everybody's outside pissing.
Yeah, if you're not gonna provide bathrooms, then people are just gonna piss everywhere.
Especially
y'all
men,
can
right?
at least put up porta potties. Come on now.
Yeah, especially for us, because we could just pull the joint out and handle business, shake it off, and then keep it pushing. I mean,
That's the one thing I miss about Florida. Freaking nice, spacious bathrooms, damn near everywhere. Sorry. That touched me personally, so I had to get that off my chest.
No, I feel you. So let's, just we'll wrap up on the 99-cent store. So that would obviously, in the areas where those stores serve and the people who, frequent those stores and use them more than others, they'll have to find another option. Hopefully the other options they find, at least from a price point perspective, remains the same, so they're not paying any more. Hopefully for them or the people who rely on it, they will find other options in which it may be a little bit cheaper, but I doubt it, because those are obviously the cheapest places you can go to get certain items. Oh, it's getting rough out. It's been rough out here financially.
Oh yeah,
People are
it's just ratcheting up a little bit by a little
people are
bit.
working, but they're paying their bills, and just like they're praying to God that they don't have a toothache, that they don't hurt themselves, they don't get sick to where they actually need to go to a doctor. Just anything. You hope the car don't break down. You hope you don't get into a car accident, etc. If you got children, you hope nothing happens to them, or things along those lines. Something's going to have to give. At that point, I do think that UBI will become a thing, sooner than later. Probably after the next election, it'll probably be, after the next election, that'll probably be something on the board.
Yeah, I guess on that streets, you funny. I mean, yeah, you see me like pops in there. Please, sir, let me get over. But and that was another thing I had to get used to. Like most of the places, there's no mirrors in there because California has a lot of dumbass people who like to scratch up all the damn mirrors with their stupid ass tags. Like somebody gives a shit about what fucking gang neighborhood you from. Nobody gives a shit. But yeah, sorry. But yeah, Laura says here, I am very blessed to live in Wisconsin. We have quite a few different grocery stores. Woodman's is employee owned and on most items cheaper than Walmart. Employee owned. That's nice. I'm gonna have to research more into that, because I would definitely like to probably, shout them out and applaud their business model. But I know, like, for instance, like the lower the 99 cents and all that stuff, especially in like areas like LA, that's high cost areas. I get why people, wherever they can kind of pinch some pennies, that's what they'll do. So I didn't mean to go so LA focused, but got another LA story for you guys.
No, but it's good, because we all live in different places, so we all need to hear how things are in the particulars in our respective cities and states. It's always good.
And to Laura, when I was spent my time in boot camp, I did enjoy floating around Wisconsin. Pretty cool area. I'm not sure which part of Wisconsin you're in, but I was in what Great Lakes, Waukegan area. So got respect from my upper Midwest area. But this other story caught my attention, and this is something that I figured that I would speak on, because this is something close to he got the you got it up there. Okay, cool. This is something that I have some experience in with my background, so I figured I definitely want to weigh in on this. Says what to know about the 30 million cash heist in Los Angeles. Yes, Garda World just got hit for $30 million. Says here, let me pull my mic closer. A brazen Los Angeles cash heist on Easter weekend in which thieves cracked a safe and got away with as much as 30 million is believed to be one of the largest such heists in U.S. history. The heist has triggered rampant speculation among the public, long infatuated with daring burglaries and hefty criminal paydays. Here are some things to know about the recent theft in Los Angeles and the history of such crimes. The details of the LA heist. The LA police and FBI were tight-lipped Friday about any new developments in their joint investigation, but Police Commander Elaine Morales talked to the Los Angeles Times, which broke news of the crime, that thieves were able to breach the money storage facility in the suburban Silmar neighborhood and then cracked into safe containing the cash. It's weird to me that they describe it this way. Hop back down a little bit. They call it what do they call it? To breach the money storage facility. That's just a weird. It makes it sound like it's just a warehouse for money, and it's not connected to the company. The company Garda owns this. This is where there are. I mean, it's not like the money is somewhere separate from the armor truck company. When I worked for the armor truck company, my company was called Pendam. Pendam got bought out by Loomis or Wells Fargo, which is kind of the same thing. They got bought out by them. We used to go to these other facilities, and the money is there on site. You know.
Do you see? Did you see a Trez's comment? Inside job. I was just telling Mark to the audience. I was just telling Marcus, before we came on live when he mentioned this story, I had only saw the headlines of this story earlier in the week. The first thing I thought, I didn't read anything into the story. I didn't even know where, outside of them saying it was in Los Angeles in the headline. I didn't hear about who, what, where. I know when, the why. The first thing in my head when I saw the headline was, inside job, and I had just kind of kept scrolling. Because you don't get that far. If you don't take a hostage, how the fuck you getting into that building? That had to be somebody letting them
this
know.
is the thing. This is the thing. No alarms were tripped. And a lot of employees, they said they didn't even know anything happened. It's supposedly, but you got to remember, you do have international criminals out here in this area, because they said like this was a safe cracked. Now, if it was an inside job, which I'm not saying, I'm not ruling out that it is an inside job, they would have suspects quickly because it's only a handful of people who know the safe combination.
Or who would have access and things of that nature.
Exactly. But this had and the way the wall was blown out, which what this sounds to me like is somebody had, some form of ordnance, maybe shape charges, and used a shape charge to blow that wall quickly. But to do it over the Easter weekend and no hint of what's going on, it does sound like you could have gotten some former employees who do understand this, who understood the layout. Now, the safe cracking part, that could have been, an actual safe cracker that they got involved in it. But it had to be at least an inside job to the degree that somebody gave them the layout to where everything was to get in there and get it. Because I've known my company when they got hit years ago, it really didn't hit the news either. And a lot of times these are, I don't even know if that 30 million is the most. I think that 30 million is the most for California. I don't think that's the highest number that's ever been ripped, because I know of one that happened in Philly that I believe was higher than that. But when my company got robbed, and this was before I was working there, it didn't even hit the news. And so sometimes when it's a case like this where it's where you know for a fact that this was inside job, a former employee or an active employee involved, you might not even hear about that story at all. This might be a quick police report and it stays silent, but a lot of times when they don't know exactly what happened, this is when you will hear this hit the news. So this was very interesting to me because, like I was saying, they describe it as thieves were able to breach the money storage facility in the suburban Sylmar neighborhood. Like for instance, the company I worked at, we would have to go and check the money out from the vault. And it works that way with all these companies. All the armor truck guys, and this is like they Garda did kind of the same thing which I did. A lot of times they will do pickup drop-offs, but a lot of times they do service ATMs also. And that's and so many of these places you wouldn't even recognize that they are what they are, because part of the whole security thing is to keep a low profile. You now some of them you might only notice that there might be barbed wire or something around there, and you're like, okay, what the hell is that place? But like the place where I worked, you would it literally was sitting right next to like kids it was like kids tumbling and cheerleading classes building was right next door to us. You wouldn't have even known what that place was, except for it was like one or two older armor trucks that sat out back, and it had no markings on the vehicle. But if you see two armor trucks, even if they're the van style, which are a little bit inconspicuous, typically something's going on there. Yeah. I in fact I used to probably daily factor in how much money that I was probably carrying. I probably was carrying around $1 million a day. With all the machines that I would service. Actually, now that I think of it, probably more than $1 million a day. And then when I would do pickups also, because on my route, a lot of times I would do our Fed pickup, because you go and buy money from the Fed to, service your company. So we go to the Federal Reserve and go pick up, 600,000 here, then go past probably Brinks and go get like another 150. So, you're getting close to 800, not even counting my route. So that's just one truck. So like I read something that said some of the employees didn't even know that there was 30 million in there. I'm like, BS. I don't know what employees that they were talking to.
Correct.
You know how much roughly money is sitting in there. I mean, you could guess, because if you got like, we had probably about, because we would drive guard, we would drive a driver and a guard, or driver and a messenger is what we called it. Very over a certain amount. A lot of times they will have driver, messenger, and a guard, so 3 people in the truck. And then occasionally you had some of the trucks that were a single man truck that had individual lockers and had security bag that you carried. Why am I not in Mexico? Because if I was in Mexico, you would be caught. That's why. I tell people, if you ever decided that you wanted to rob an armor truck, if there's even a hint that you had anything to do with it, you have to make sure you literally have to say, you know what? Hey, family, I don't ever want to see any of you guys ever again. Everybody I know, I'm gone forever. Because that's what you have to do. When you steal that kind of money, you are on the run for the rest of your life, unless you go to a country that does not extradite. And you got to hope that country doesn't change their laws, because that's happened to some people.
And you better hope that country can be the ones to rob you when you get there either, or the locals, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You get to those countries and they might, push up on you too and decide, you know what? Yeah, you about to chunk over a hefty sum of that money, or else why don't we just like slump you and take all of it? And then how
You
do
know,
you get that money out of the country?
I'm reminded of the Ozarks. I don't know if you ever watched that series,
Oh
Marcus, the
hell yeah.
Ozarks. Oh,
Hell yeah.
okay. You should have seen it from Marty whenever they first got to the Ozarks with all that cash. Just because you have all that cash doesn't mean that you're actually able to do things with all that cash. You have to find a way to actually wash all of that
Yeah.
cash that you have on you. And because you can't go into you want a Benz, you can't go into the Mercedes dealership with the bag, with $80,000 and say, hey, here you go. That's red flags like a motherfucker. They won't even take all that money. They'll turn you away because they don't even know if they
Oh
can
yeah,
take that
they're
money.
turning you
If
away.
you
They're not
got
taking no bags of money.
No, they're not, because they don't know if that's ill-gotten funds and they don't want no parts of that. So people have to be very careful too. Not careful, but they have to be mindful about the fact that if you do hit a lick and you get that much, you got $30 million in cash. Even if they don't have any leads on you, you cannot change your lifestyle to that extent in and around the people who you have been around for, several years or however long. You know what I mean?
Well, that kind of money, you got to hope that the people that you did the dirt with don't take you out themselves.
That
That's a
too.
whole lot of money, and you got to have
Yeah.
a whole lot of trust in the people you do that with, because something like that you can't do alone. I mean,
No.
even if you did it, the if you're gonna go for any kind of money like that, you have to have a team for one. There has to be more than one person.
Correct.
And
Like on Ocean's 11 type shit.
yeah, either Ocean's 11 or The Town or
Yeah.
Den of Thieves kind of stuff. You got to have a team. And if you notice in all those, there's always somebody who gives them a tip. There's always somebody who, so as far as inside job, to what degree are we saying inside job? To where it's a guard who left the door open, to somebody who just fed you information for $5,000-$10,000. I mean,
Or to someone who maybe waited 30 minutes to call the cops, right? Because 30 minutes,
exactly.
if you waited a half hour to call the cops, that's a great head start that you got if you just hit this lick. 30 minutes before the police even find out that they need to come look for you. Hopefully within that time you was able to totally switch up your outfits, your vehicles. You was able to maybe even stash some of it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm again, there's a lot of things happen in this story. I think we'll have to pay attention to it. I don't think it's over.
I honestly think that you're not. I honestly think unless we really look for it, we're not going to hear hardly anything ever again on this story.
Yeah,
because especially in this day and age with how money is, Garda, to understand the armor truck game, the big fish on the block is the big fishes are Loomis or Wells Fargo and
they did
Brinks.
this without, and Marcus, they did this without firing a shot, stabbing anyone, tying anybody up. No one was killed, shot, hurt, beat up, nothing.
Yeah, they say that this was done on Easter, and
Yes.
they supposedly went in. Nobody even knew they were there. How you don't trip any alarms, you're not on any cameras, shows that somebody knew what was going on. Somebody either erased you from the cameras, and the police are not giving that information to the media that cameras were erased, or you knew all the blind spots to where the cameras weren't at, and you knew where to mask up at and be completely covered, so that you, even if you were on camera, there wasn't anything identifying that they could see on you. So I mean, the how they did it to my former company, they hit our St. Louis branch. What they did was they understood our opening procedures. And what you would do for opening procedures is the first person would go and survey and look around the area, see if they see anything suspicious, anybody floating around, front, back, all the different areas of it. Then if they didn't see anything, then they would come back with the second person. Both of them would look over everything, then open the doors. Then one would go through and sweep through the building, checking, if there's any kind of breaches anywhere in the building, if any alarms have been set off, anything like that.
Or if there's like funny money looking individuals outside or anything.
Oh, that's what
like
I'm saying.
that.
If there's even anybody outside, Streets is like, shh. I don't give a damn about that company. Somebody want to go out and screw them. Plus, they're not in business anyway anymore. So, but how they would do things is, if they saw somebody and when I mean the first person goes through and sweeps, they got to go through and check behind the bushes and all kind of stuff like that. See if there's anywhere somebody might be hiding. And
of course, that's what I'm saying. So I think in conclusion, it's safe to assume until we hear something different. I think it is safe to assume that this was an inside job.
Well, this is how they knew it was a former employee. This person hid in a place where most of the people don't ever really check. They're being lazy first thing in the morning. They let him go and get the second person. And then when the second person showed up, popped up behind him, gun to the back of the head, walked him in the doors, and then tied them up, and then sat there and waited for the regular employees to start coming in, buzzed everybody in, and then just put them each person as they showed up, hey, sat there with the gun. Hey, you go back to the vault, go sit down. You go back to the vault and sit down. Then after they got all the employees for the day that were supposed to be there, even the employee who came in late that day, they got everybody in there. They got the vault opened up, loaded up an armored truck, and drove right out.
Yeah,
Were able to take their time.
Or it's an inside job. Like, yo, dog, come to my job and stick this shit up.
Yeah, so I mean, I the fact that I honestly think that somebody probably gave somebody a code, or out here in California, it is very possible an actual real life safe cracker, was brought along, and it was like some real Den of Thieves type. Okay, or I don't know, what was that movie where they actually went and got a safe cracker? And people who actually sit there with the stethoscope and listen, and
Does that sound like Fast and Furious?
Italian Job,
Italian
Job type stuff. There's people who that is their skill. They really do that stuff for real.
Yeah, correct. Like old school fucking bank robbers.
Old school bank robbers, real safe crackers. That's still a thing.
Yo, I really have to give it up to some of the criminals today. They have cojones, right? Because with all the surveillance and technology and shit like that, I don't even be thinking about committing crime, because I'm like, dog, I'm not in the Batmobile. I don't have any, I don't have an alias like that. You know what I mean? I don't have nothing, so it's just, yeah. So again, crime like that, blue collar crime like that, for me is nah, I can't even. It's way too easy to get caught these days. Way too easy. And everybody wants to be a good Samaritan, and everybody wants to be on the internet to be the person who helped bring. Yeah. So nah, we ain't doing that. We're not going to do that for you to bring your boys in, which would be the FBI and shit like that, to come look at me, come look for me. Fuck that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess that's about all got on that story, but I just wanted to cover that because that's something that's in my wheelhouse. I mean, I did armored truck for a couple of years, and even I did the single man truck, which is sketchy as hell. I don't advise it for anybody, especially when you're filling ATMs. And for those who don't know, you do not get paid very well doing that job. I've had plenty of cops there's no way I would do your job.
Look, if you do that, you probably get paid like anywhere between $18 to maybe $25 an hour type shit,
Not in
depending on
Florida.
where you are in the country.
Not in
Yeah,
Florida.
well, it's probably a little bit less in Florida,
Bro,
but I'm saying
when
like
I was
what
when I was doing the job in Florida, do you know that they pay Brinks paid their drivers
13.
$9 an hour?
Mm.
So at
Yeah.
now they might be making 11, maybe 12. Because I was making around 14. And that was considered like one of the higher ends of the spectrum doing that job.
But this is like
as
early
far as Florida.
but this is early 2000s though, right? Just to give people a time reference.
No, this is in early 2000s. This is probably closer to what, about 2010,
Okay.
2012 ish.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm like, that wasn't that far ago. I mean, and the money still wasn't that great. So probably now you might be making as a messenger about 17, 16, 17 in Florida. Out here in California, you might be making like 20, 21, which they just passed a new law as far as fast food workers in California to make $20 an hour.
Okay.
So do a job which can literally get your head blown off.
Yeah.
Or go. I mean, because a lot of times for armored truck guys, since they know many of them are former military or former cops, they don't just stick you up and say, all right, give me the stuff. A lot of times they just shoot first.
Facts.
So or you get like, you know, crackheads there where they'll try to grab the bag and run on you.
Mm-hmm.
And they get that bag. A lot of times they're gone, and it's let me shoot them in the back because they took it.
Yeah, that's crackhead behavior for sure.
And they know you can't just like start firing off on them. So
yeah,
I would say majority of the robberies, that's how they go. But now they've gotten smarter with like dummy rolls in there and alarms and things like that on the bags.
Yeah, and the color pack, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That dummy roll that they'll have in the bottom, you grab that and that sucker, boom, blows on you. Now you're purple. Yeah, crackheads are fast. Exactly, streets. Crackheads are fast.
Oh, they.
I mean, well, think about it. Anybody who running for their dear life is going to be fast.
Yo,
not anybody. Not anybody. I saw this video and it was kind of sad to see how slow this dude was moving and about to get hit by a truck.
Oh shit! Speaking of which, you see them? You see all them protests in Tel Aviv tonight?
Mm-mm.
I gotta go off camera for 2 seconds, Marcus.
Okay.
No, they got them protests in Tel Aviv tonight. I know, it's not one of our planned topics, but
I mean, I did at one point want to kind of brush in and talk about it, which actually it is a planned one, but I kind of want to get this. Let's get this little fun, silly story out of the way, and then we'll hit that one up next.
Okay, which one? What you got?
I kind of want to talk about this Eclipse thing.
Oh man, yo, everybody got their dog. I thought I was I've never been a conspiracy theorist per se, like just to believe anything for the sake of believing anything. However, what I will say is this eclipse got people talking reckless. Like we're all gonna die. What it is.
Yo, okay. Well, I want to show because one of my friends on Instagram, like his account is private, so I can't like share these videos with everybody. Like you're just because I would have probably shared it with a couple of my friends who follow me on Instagram, but I can share it here and everybody can see this video. Now I can get into afterwards some of the stuff I agree with on it, some of the stuff I disagree with on it, but I figured I can at least just share with everybody first. Let me see. So Here, I have it. I have the video up. But you guys know how Instagram is. You gotta let the stuff kind of. It's like no way to pause Instagram, which I figure that's kind of a dumb theme that you can't pause anything. So,
I hate. Yo, you know what? Real quick, Marcus. Out of all the social media apps, Twitter is still the best because you can pause videos, you can leave and come back. Yo, Instagram, you be watching a video and you sit there like an idiot waiting for that shit to reset because maybe it's not a reel and you can't rewind it. And it's so ass B. They got
or you share something, you share a reel, and it cuts off after like 10 seconds. They don't even put the whole thing on there, and I'm like, this is
corny. Yes.
That's why I don't be on all the stuff as like heavy as other people are. Plus, I'm not super technology guy, as you guys might think.
And the thing is with Instagram, yo, son, as Kendrick Lamar said, Instagram, best way to promote some pussy. That's really all that's going on Instagram. Like, obviously you can use it and you can tailor your feed to whatever it is you like. But dog, it's really just it's a very vain fucking place, bro. Like, it's very, very fucking look at me. I mean, Twitter's vain too. Like, look how smart I am. Look at all the information I can flood you with and such and such and such. But the vanity of Instagram is on some other shit, B.
And how many of the people got fabricated pictures and stuff on there? I mean,
oh my God, it's ridiculous.
Okay, here's the video and I figure I wanted to share this one because this video encompasses most of the different theories I've heard from everybody and all the stuff everybody's expecting. So for everybody to kind of get a gist of kind of what all the hubbub is about, if you haven't heard anybody, heard anything about why everybody's so focused on this eclipse, here, I'll share it.
What we got here? What they gonna talk about? Uh-oh. I see arrows on the map.
I want to understand why religious people feel a certain way about the upcoming solar eclipse. I'm not going to waste your time. I'm just going to get right into it. Now, people on both sides of religion, the ones who worship good and the ones who worship evil, pay attention to the moon here because they understand that those are signs. Now, the people that most consider worship evil, they tend to lean toward this one right here. But this one, the solar eclipse, doesn't happen very often. The last one here was in 2017, but the one before that was in 1979. So the fact that we're getting them more and more frequently is standing out to a lot of religious people. Time to get into the meat and potatoes. Those religious people went to the book of Revelation because they and a lot of others, even non-religious people, feel like it could be the end of the world. Here's what they noticed, and it gets more interesting the further into it you get. These are the last 3 paths of totality for the last 3 solar eclipses that were in the US. This one right here is the one we're about to get. God says in the book of Revelations, I am the Aleph and the Toph, which are the first and the last letters of the Hebrew alphabet. The beginning and the end, the first and the last. Now with that in mind, if you look at the map here, you can see the Aleph and the Tav. So is this God? Is this a sign from God? And that's still not it. Here's another passage talking about God's return. Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not provide its light. Sounds a little bit like a solar eclipse, right? Back to it. The stars will fall from the skies and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Well, NASA posted that this is going to be one of the only eclipses that we could see a large eruption of solar material, falling stars. Another thing to consider here is that in the Bible, God said it would be about 2,000 years before his return. We are currently in the year 2024. Now, a lot of people in today's generation, that's not enough. They need more. Well, God actually spoke on that too. He answered and said to them, an evil and adulterous generation, which sounds way too much like us, craves for a sign, and yet no sign will be given to it but the sign of Jonah the prophet. So who's Jonah the prophet? What's his story? Well, Jonah was tasked by God to go to a city called Nineveh, where he was going to preach the word to the people of that city and save them. Jonah did not want to do that. Jonah decided to go west and run. He went through his tribulation and then still ended up in the city of Nineveh. What's unique about that is the solar eclipse we're about to get passes over 8 cities called Nineveh. If you draw a line through all of those cities, you can tell that it passes right under Michigan, the same exact way the solar eclipse we're about to get does. This is how the Bible explains God's second coming. Behold, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, even those who pierced him, and all the tribes of the earth will wail on account of him. Pay attention specifically to the he is coming with the clouds, because we are expecting a historical chance of cloud coverage during the eclipse. Those are not the only things. There's plenty of other things referencing the end times that are currently happening, and I'll bullet point them for you. What's extremely specific is that God says the Euphrates River will dry up in the end times. And I hate to say it, but the Euphrates River just recently dried up, guys. He said we were going to get hit by pandemics, and well, has anyone heard of COVID? The Bible also says that in the end days, the Jews will build a third temple and sacrifice a red cow, which will then usher in the Antichrist, whom they think is the Messiah. Well, they just announced the construction of a third temple, and Texas is sending them red cows to sacrifice. I personally believe that there's way too many coincidences regarding this solar eclipse to not feel a certain way.
I can't pause it.
Regardless, I hope you guys got something from this video and can now understand where more religious people are coming from.
Okay, good. You know,
But I can mute it. Well, this is what I was gonna say. This is my thing with Christians. Their understanding of eschatology is so incorrect because they have some foundational things incorrect in general. And so they look for things that, that symbolize certain things without realizing, according, and I'm speaking for Bible believers, there's a such thing as order in prophecy. Certain things happen before other things have to happen. And they're missing a whole lot of steps before that. That's what I will say. It does, like he was talking about, and it says that they're supposed to build the third temple. It does not say that. That's a terrible abuse of scripture and the prophecy. But this is why there's so many freaking atheists, because they get this doctrine from their churches, from people who don't know what the hell they're talking about either. And then when the shit goes wrong or it doesn't happen, then everybody's like, see, I told you this stuff was all bullshit. And this is the reason why you shouldn't be speaking on this stuff unless you actually know what you're talking about. And a lot of people don't add in any kind of doubt. They don't say, well, I'm not sure, but I think this is what it means. Everybody speaks with so much assurity as if they're an expert on everything. And this is the reason why you have so many people who don't believe damn near anything. Sorry, that's my little spiel, but go ahead, Chris.
No, of course. But, Kaladin made a comment that says, basically people are using script. And we made mention of this before on other topics, especially as it related to what did we call it? The thing they put in your arm for that last crazy conspiracy that was going on, right? That V word.
Yeah.
A lot of people were calling it the mark of the beast, even though, we knew that it wasn't the mark of the beast. So again, people do take prophecy and what's written in the book and they manipulate it to, fit their own agenda. And it's real nasty work because, again, that is what also does help create non-believers as well. Because you're like, well, this is written here, and the way that they are distributing the information and manipulating the information, it will make people say, oh, well, you said X, Y, and Z was going to happen at this particular time or place. I was here at this particular time, at this particular place, and X, Y, and Z didn't happen. So now I can throw away the baby and the bathwater. It's very nasty work that you see by, people as it goes. But sometimes some people are too quick to believe every fucking conspiracy that they come across. Jesus Christ. They're too quick to believe the bullshit and the real conspiracies they miss because they're too busy paying attention to the bullshit. So that's
Yep.
something that people need to, because look, I purposely haven't paid any attention to this Eclipse stuff at all, because when people first started talking about it, just the overwhelming theories that just flew out of everywhere about this shit just completely turned me off. I'm not even gonna lie to you, Marcus.
Chris, to go back to what you just said when you brought up about the serum, when you brought up talking
Mhm.
about the serum and what was going on with the plague, a lot of people were saying that was the mark of the beast. Well, what is the function of the mark of the beast? What does it tell you it's for? I mean,
They didn't even understand that. Only thing they heard was serum, mark of the beast.
well, but here's the thing: the mark of the beast. If you don't have it, you're not supposed to be able to buy or sell,
Participate in
and
the
that's supposed to be
correct.
everybody. And so,
Mhm.
because during during that little time period where some places didn't want to sell to you unless you had the serum, that doesn't qualify. Oh, a couple of cities somewhere said that we're not going to let people into our restaurant unless they wear a mask or whatever, and that's not what that's what
Thank
I'm
you.
saying. A misunderstanding of what the book is saying and then applying it loosely to everything is why you got so many people who don't believe Jack.
Yes.
And that's the reason why anybody who's agnostic, I completely have no problem with agnostics, because there's so much BS out there.
Mhm.
And once you start like questioning people on the book that they claim that they're supposed to know, and um I had to push back the show that I was going to talk about this on, because I wanted to go into the Schofield Bible, or just the whole Bible, the whole study Bible things in general. That's a bad way to get my face frozen. But the study Bibles in general, a lot of them are
There, Marcus, they gonna turn that to a meme.
I know. I'm like, shit. I almost might need to back out so I can get rid of that. That just looks so bad. I don't know. It's buffering now, so it might fix it in a second or so.
Okay.
So I might need to just keep on going. But it's, and like, one thing I used to notice is majority of the people who, like, if they didn't grow up as an atheist, who started off religious and became an atheist, majority of them were Catholics. And it made sense to me. Catholics don't read the Bible. They believe in traditions. Am I still there?
Yeah, hold, Marcus, just hold that thought real quick. Hold on. Hold that thought real quick.
I'm in the dark right now.
All right. So you turned your camera off, so we fixed that. Oh shit. All right. Well, he left me here. I hate whenever he disappears like that, because then it just puts me on the screen. I look crazy. I really don't care for it. But anyway, yeah, man, they use certain individuals, certain groups, organizations, if you will, they use scripture to make things appear as if we're going according to the book, and they manipulate people like that. So again, to Marcus's point, this is why agnostics have so many questions and why atheists don't believe shit, because they play with people. But you do have to take into account, if what was written in these books, in these holy books, was complete and total bullshit, they wouldn't bother to try to manipulate it the way they do, right? So there has to be some level of, there got to be some truth somewhere, but we shall see. It'll be all revealed to us one way or the other, whether you believe it or whether or not. Chris and I are starting off a political matrix called Fuck You Say. Yo, Warren, you're funny as shit, man. What's going on, Warren? But damn, Marcus, hurry up! I'm just waiting for him to get started. Hold on, let me just hit up his phone real quick and see what he's talking about. You good, bro? Okay, good. So I just wanted to send him a quick message. I didn't really want to move on too quick without him. But me, I'm one that thinks that April 8th is going to come and go and nothing is going to happen. People are going to watch the eclipse like they have in times before. And then, they'll go on about their business. I don't foresee anything crazy. This is just like in 2012, they said that was the end times. Look, we're still here. Somebody in the chat said 2012 is 2024. That remains to be seen. Look, I'm still pissed about not getting my superpowers that we were supposed to get a couple, 3 years ago, 4 years ago? We were supposed to get superpowers. I'm still not I'm still not Professor X. I still can't read people's minds. I still can't figure out, what they're thinking or what the combination to their bank account, to their safes are and shit like that. So, gosh, 2036 is when Apophis is gonna hit Earth. Well, I guess we only got 12 more. I guess we only have 12 more years, Warren. So I guess we may as well party like it's 99, like the purple guy said. I see Marcus just joined the chat somewhere, so I think that he is resetting. I see Wesley just joined. What's up, Wes? What's the next thing? Because I'm pretty much done with the eclipse. I don't know if Marcus has more to. I don't know if Marcus has more to add to it, but I'm just looking at the first two topics that he has. What is that? The World Kitchen Massacre and Anthony Blinken. Anthony Blinken out there is crazy. He's wilding out. He's trying to add Ukraine to NATO just so that the NATO countries would have to commit troops to fighting Russia. To be honest, I don't even know what's going on over there anymore. I kind of check in and out of it because it's so much bullshit, and we know most of what we're going to hear about the situation from our news sources is going to be complete and total lies and propaganda to try to justify what they're doing against Russia. But it doesn't even seem as if they're hurting Russia in any kind of way. So this just has to be a money laundering operation in which Russia is in part, is a part of it on some kind of level. That's just my silly. So we got
I figured that I would just come in. I'm on my phone right now because it booted me out. But yeah, I was done on that segment. Yeah, you went on to the one I wanted to talk about. I definitely wanted to talk about Blinken and his bullshit.
Yes, and that's what I was just bringing the people up to speed who didn't see. I did peep this week that Blinken went on national TV or whatever TV or whatever production he was on, and he said that he wants to bring that NATO will be accepting Ukraine. He just didn't give a date though. So again, that was kind of funny that he made that proclamation, but he also did not provide a date. So,
which I mean, I think he kind of made that statement, and I don't think he has the power to make that declaration. And
correct.
so therefore, I mean, I don't know how much of that is true. Also, the thing we got to think about is if it is true and he is able, hey, what's up, Game Dot? If that is true, does Article 5 is what we need to worry about? Does that now trigger Article 5 instantly? Or
correct. So
yeah.
That's the same. That's a very good question, Marcus. I had the same thing. So if let's just say tomorrow NATO says, okay, Ukraine, you're in there, you part of the clique. Does that mean instantly all NATO members have to now send troops and equipment and to Ukraine, or do they attack Russia as a result? Which one? You know, here's my thing. Why are they being so pussy and relying on adding Ukraine to NATO if you want to attack Russia? If y'all so big and bad and Russia's such a fucking problem, set it off on them. Why are you taking all these baby steps? And I think we see all these baby steps, and the stupid ass rhetoric is just to make it seem like something else has happened to cover up the ultimate money laundering operation that's afoot.
Okay, I think I'm up, so I'm a back out of here.
All right.
Or hey, drop me down.
All right, got you. Yeah. So, I just think that this is a money laundering operation, and all of the talk is bluster. Because why wouldn't you already get involved? You see that Ukraine is getting their asses handed to them at every which way. They've lost some territory, and Russia doesn't even seem to be in like fourth gear on this. For the people who drive stick, it seemed like Russia's fighting them in second gear. Maybe they're hitting third gear a little bit, but they definitely are not on fifth. They're not on fifth in the fifth gear going at Ukraine, because quite honestly, if they really wanted to inflict major damage a la the Zionists into Gaza, they could really do that to Ukraine. They really could. What did Street say? Street said, Chris, they protect non-NATO members better than actual members. That's an interesting point. I'll have to look at that, but or expound on that for me, Streets, when you get a chance. But yeah, I don't see this. I don't see this coming, because it doesn't even seem like the people on the ground in Europe are clamoring to go and attack Russia. It doesn't seem like it. And they've, brought so many, to talk about migrants, they've brought so many migrants into Europe. They don't have the strong levels of nationalism that they did in, a century past. And maybe that's the reason for all the migrants, because they don't want people to become nationalists anymore. Or the people who will be nationalists, their group is small compared to everybody else.
I guess that was a false alarm. It's still buffering.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't see how that happens. I don't understand how that happens, because you're going to bring them in literally while they're in the middle of a war.
Yeah. It doesn't,
Now, if they do it, then basically what they're signaling is they are ready for World War III, which this kind of relates back to the whole April 8th stuff, the conspiracy theory Christians. This is where I think that I don't want to say that they're on to something, because I don't really think they are. I think that this will be closer to tying into prophetic things. As you can say, like,
and Marcus. And
yeah.
Marcus, you could tell it's some bullshit, because think about it. If Ukraine is being attacked and you call this your ally, you say this is your people, this is your cousin. So why wouldn't you immediately fast track, bring them in, so that, or matter of fact, why do you even need to wait for NATO? Why not just unilaterally United States, since this is your homie and you say Ukraine is your man? Why not just commit weapons and equipment and shit like that to go help defend Ukraine against the Russians, or hit Russia back where it hurts militarily? You don't see any of that. So
Well, because they know the moment that they actually did NATO attack Russia directly, you're going to pull China into it instantly. The moment that you do that, you're going to tie China into it. And I honestly, because I've been looking at these for a while. It's like two hot plates. Now it acts like it wants to work. Hold on. I'll try to hop in, and then if I can, I'll finish my thought there. If not, I'll hop back on my phone and do it.
Okay, cool. All right. There we go. Look like we got him. Let's see. Yes, there we go. We got him. All right, we got him. We're good. We just don't have sound. I don't have any sound on you yet, Marcus. If you can hear me, just know you don't have any sound. Yeah, that was better than that picture you had. I hope nobody did a screenshot or took a picture of it, because they're gonna be trying to blackmail you. Like, yo, what was you doing on camera with your face stuck like that? You're on mute though, so I guess you're trying to figure it out. It's all good. So yeah, if they really wanted to help Ukraine, they could have already done so on a military level. Look, we didn't want them. We had a major protest after 9/11, or what was that, 02, 03, before the invasion of Iraq. We had the biggest protest I had ever seen in my life up to that point. And the United States still committed. The United States still sent, a huge military presence to the Middle East to fight or to try to, screw up Iraq. If they wanted to get involved, they would. Yeah, they may be afraid of China, but they could still strike a blow and hurt Russia wherever they could.
Well, I
mean,
see. Here's the thing.
It's money laundering first, and then we care about resources and geopolitics after.
See, and here's the thing. Let's see. My mic's on. Okay. Here's the issue that I think that they're running into. You have the neocons, which, I mean, in this day and age right now, what's been going on in the war, it's easy to just go on ahead and let's explain. The neocons are pushed by, you guessed it, the Zionists. The difference is because they're so full of their own thinking, and they believe that no matter how crazy it looks or how crazy it sounds, that God is on their side. It's not crazy for them to want to push into all these different things. It's not crazy to want to go into World War III, because they have a different understanding of what they believe eschatology is. They have a different understanding of what they believe the eschaton is going to be. Now, the Christian Zionists, they believe, okay, this is going to lead towards the Battle of Armageddon, or the Battle of Armageddon, and this is going to be an obliteration of the Middle East for the actual ones who really understand it. Some of these other ones, like that guy, he was kind of folding in, in that Eclipse video. He's kind of folding in a mixture of the red heifers, which that's not in the Bible. What he's talking about, this is coming from a mixture of the Bible and Talmudic eschatology.
So
yes,
Marcus,
Philly Yard Vibes is correct. Russia has the most nuclear arms. True, but even on top of that, who has the most dangerous? Who has the most dangerous nuclear weapons would be China. China has the most dangerous ones. And so you have Russia with the most, and China with the most dangerous ones. Also, if you look at the way the Western companies become, because of how what capitalism is, I knew as soon as Warren was popping up, something, there's going to be something crazy. But because of the way production works in the Western countries in capitalism, it's made everything be a lot slower as far as being able to get up to a war footing. Whereas China and Russia don't have that problem. They can build up shitloads of weapons in no time. And they pretty much have been already doing that. So by the time that they've already started to be on the move, all the Western companies are on their back foot. And that's something that, I don't think the war hawks are keeping in mind. Also, let's say the West has the capability to be able to do all this fighting back. Because of the people who are putting the battery in their back to push all this stuff, the Israelis are pushing this, and they want this war, and they want the U.S. and the Western powers to fight this war, they're in the false belief that the U.S. can fight everybody because the U.S. has been able to kick everybody's ass for the longest. But
Marcus,
just like all of us who were Tyson fans, we never thought we would see a day where Tyson would lose.
Mm-hmm. Marcus, I wanted to say too, right? All of the people here in the United States, the conservative Republicans, the people who have voted mostly Republican all their lives. So let's just say over the past 20 to 30 years, right? And they somewhat now, some of them are having an epiphany somewhat online, or at least a percentage of them are really realizing that they've been stooges for the Zionists, especially after 9/11, right? That most of I would assume, Marcus, you could correct me if I'm wrong, I would assume that most of the military in the United States consists of people from the Bible Belt, heartland, flyover country, if you will. Right?
Which we don't like being called that, but okay, I get you.
But I mean, yeah, I know, no disrespect to you anyway. And
especially flyover country.
Yeah, I know, right? Flyover because, whatever.
Hey, you just fly over. It's not important enough to know anything about it or care to actually visit it. Just fly over it. I get it.
So with that said, they've allowed themselves to fall victim and to be puppets for the Zionists. I just wonder if at any time those in the military who realize it, or the family members of those people may be telling them like, yo, dog, you doing this work for them. Because ironically, if we go back to PNAC, the Project for a New American Century, for those who've been following us for the last couple of years or so, that is a group that Marcus and I will often reference, especially as it relates to the military misadventures in the Middle East. Every single country on that PNAC list was put there by a Zionist, and every single country on the PNAC list is a country that Israel also maybe not necessarily has a direct beef with, but they're not friends with them either. They're not fly with them either, whether it's as a country or individually. So from 9/11 on, everybody who joined to, quote unquote, protect this country or defend this country or to give retribution or revenge, whatever your reason for joining after 9/11 is, your particular reason. But I just need you to face reality that you were nothing more than a piece on, you're not more than a pawn on the chessboard.
Many of them still don't get it. I listen to people who like,
see that.
I don't get why Biden can't. And they're like, our client state, and I hear so many other content creators who really think like, no, Israel is just like a colonial extension of the West. And that, who's the superpower here? It's like, y'all really don't get, y'all think that we are controlling Israel? No, we're not controlling Israel. In fact, all this criticism of Israel had to be approved. And you notice when Chuck Schumer comes out and then he said his little piece, everybody in Western media, well, I won't say Western media, everybody in American media flipped on a dime. They were already slowly creeping that way in Great Britain and a couple of those countries over there. Germany was keeping a mouth shut because Germany felt like, well, I mean, we're the country who's responsible for the Holocaust. How does it look for us going against Israel? So we just gonna shut up and do what everybody else is doing for a moment, because we don't want to be looked at as if, oh, well, we're possibly, still got our, World War II,
I do consider it a colonial project, right? On some level, because none of those people are from there. They all.
What I'm saying is like a colonial project in the sense of American or Western expansion, which I look at it as in, no, Zionists, this has been their goal for a very long time. and they put this into effect. They put
Yes.
this idea into Western leaders' mind as to this is what needs to happen.
Oh, and you
That's
know
where I
what?
feel the misconception is. And then I've
And-
heard people go into, I just want to say this last part. People talk about, well, Reagan or Bush and all these other people, they were able to tell Israel to hold up and stop. The reason why they were able to do that is because other people who were also in Israel also made the calculation. Okay, now is not the right time, so we'll go on ahead. And also, a lot of times when these leaders are telling them that, that's because they've been allowed to tell them that, so it looks like they can save some face, that they're not a complete puppet the other way around. It's not that, you know, these it's not like Israel and Netanyahu years back when Bush said, hey, you need to calm it down, or Reagan said you need to calm it down. They were listening. It was there like, okay, you can kind of give us a little scolding out in the media, and then it'll make you guys get a little bit more respect with your people, like you have some power and control. It's a song and dance. It's still a manipulation. And people who don't get that, thinking that, oh no, it's the other way around. It's the US is their client state has just gotten out of control. It's not that.
And
You have the religious zealots who are in power now, who believe it is go time for end of days, and so it's not. Well, here's the thing: they have a misconception on things, because I'm not going to say why. I'll leave that for my other show. But because of this giant misconception that they have, it's never going to be the right time for what they think is supposed to happen, because they have a fundamental wrong understanding of all of this stuff, and they've been given a vain delusion. I'll say that. Been given a vain delusion. So they are basically on a suicide march and don't even realize it. And when that happens, then it will kick off World War III. And I think World War III is going to be kicked off by these people marching themselves and their country to their graves. And a lot of these Zionist Christians aren't going to realize, oh crap, it's not what we thought it was, until after said event happens.
And Marcus, I just want to say, and this is going to come off very, very, very harsh, and it's fine, but yo, Iran is a bunch of pussies. They keep getting fucking generals smoked, bombed. You know, we came up on Menace to Society. Duke, they killed your cousin and you ain't gonna do shit. They don't do anything in return. They talk big all week. We saw, you know, because Israel bombed Lebanon, right? And they killed, was it Lebanon?
It was, I think it was in, was it Lebanon or Syria? I think it was in Syria.
Okay, yeah. I can't remember, but they killed another top general or commander or what have you in Syria, right? It was somebody who was part of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. So they killed Soleimani, or the other guy, when Trump was in office. Thank you, Khalid. It was in Syria. They keep getting punched in their face, slapped in their face. They get on their TV, they talk, oh, you know, the infidel and, you know, the Zionist day is coming. They don't do shit, not even on a little bit.
Well, and I look at, but if you look at it like this, what, you know, here, let's follow this out. What if you were running Iran, what would you do?
We got to do something, even if it's on the low, even if it's on some like lo-fi, maybe some spy espionage shit. We have to do something. Not, I understand if you say, hey, if you put arms in this, you know, if you put guns in the arms of your soldiers and you send them over there, then, you know, obviously that means the United States is going to get involved, and you're ensuring your own obliteration.
Not only United States, you're going to have all of NATO that's going to line up against you.
Correct. But you got to do, you got to do something, B. You cannot keep allowing these
I mean,
people to.
and
Marcus,
I
if I keep, I mean, I know this is basic and it's very simple analogy, but if I keep coming to your crib stealing out your fridge, at some point you're either gonna change the locks, you're gonna set up some kind of security, or you're gonna be waiting for me with the double gauge sawed off. At some point, you got to do something, dog.
But see, that's one thing. If it's just you coming in, but here's the
Correct.
thing: what if it's you and a whole gang? It's 20 of y'all coming in the house.
And
y'all all got guns too.
So
I
then
gotta
you know
make
what?
the decision. I gotta make this decision that it's worth enough to me to stand up that I'm about to lose a lot. And that's the calculation which they're making. Now, I know some people will say, but yeah, they're tied into BRICS right now. BRICS is still only an economic partnership. China and Russia didn't say that we about to mount up with y'all 100% yet. So now their back is up against the wall. Like, if we step, is Russia and China really gonna be with us? Or are they gonna let us get obliterated? And that's a tough calculation when you got to look your country in the face. You got to look all these people in the face and say, do I want to send tens of thousands of people to their death by making the wrong move? Or am I going to eat it and a couple of my close generals and people go? Am I gonna do that and face the humiliation? I mean, I look at it as it's the same as somebody on a small plantation.
So then
if you're a slave on the plantation, how much insulting are you going to take from the slave master before you decide to take the chance and fight back, which could end up with you being obliterated and emasculated and all kind of horrible stuff. You could end up just like Nat Turner.
Yeah.
Or you could end up being like John Jake Dessalines. Dessalines. So it's one of the two. But either way is a huge risk you're taking. Now, I think they're gonna do something.
Marcus,
now, is it going to be to the level of an attack which we feel is necessary enough? That it's going to be something that was enough of a hit. Now, I'm going to tell you exactly what I would do. Israeli embassy somewhere, I'm hitting it. You hit my embassy with my people, I'm going to hit your embassy. So it's a strike, it's an attack for an attack. And I'd be like, because if you keep it at that level, you hit my embassy, I just hit yours and killed your people the same way. Then it puts the U.S. and the West in a precarious. It puts them in a precarious situation, striking back, because then it's more likely Russia and China to step up and defend you, because they'll feel like, hey, that's fair for them to attack back like that, because that's how they were attacked. It basically, that was an eye for an eye. But if it's anything where they felt that it was overboard,
you know what? So then, just not towards you, but for them, then stop complaining about the infidel and the Zionists and just bend the fuck over and take whatever they're going to give you. Because look, whether they bomb your general in Iraq, which they've done, they bomb their people in Syria, which they have done, right?
Well, the thing is, they know.
Let me think. Then they have their they use espionage to run in places to kill all of your scientists and all of these things of this nature. You're being attacked on every single level. And the only thing you can do is get on TV and just stroke your little long gray beard and then just say, oh, their day is coming. Their day is coming. While our people are being killed, while we're being subjugated, at some point you got to do something. You either going to die on your feet or live on your knees. And it looks as if they're living on their knees waiting for the perfect time. But this ain't a movie, dog. And I understand the people in the comment section saying, well, look, and the same thing you're saying. Hey, remember, if you go, then at the same time, we have to be prepared for the blowback. Get your fucking people ready for the fucking blowback, because either which way you're being taken advantage of. So when do you stop it? At what point do you stop it, or do you just sit there and wait until Allah does something? You know, God, Allah, whatever you want to call Yahweh, Yahusha, however however people want to call their God, like, you can't just sit there and wait for them to do something for you, bro. You can't. You have to do something for yourself in this life. And I don't see them doing anything other than just being punked. And I know I'm making it seem real basic, like it's some block shit. You know, like, oh, you stole my bike, so I'll punch you in your face, get my bike back. I know it is far more complex than that. However, when are you going to do anything to show that you got a pair of balls on you? Or even if you a badass chick and you got a good set of titties on you, when you gonna do anything?
I mean, I think they're gonna do something. I don't think there's gonna be no response. I mean,
Dog, Syria don't do shit. Look, Syria.
No,
Syria,
well, I wouldn't. But you can't really
the same
say
thing goes
Syria.
for Syria. The same thing goes for Syria. They backed ISIS. They sent all these mercs into your country. They damn near destroyed your country. And the same goes for Russia too. You know, Russia seemed like they some funny money motherfuckers too, because they, on one hand, they back.
But when you're saying Syria, you're saying as if Syria is not fighting a war. Syria is trying to fight, but they're being hit on multiple sides. It's not like Syria is doing nothing.
No, I understand, but I'm talking about in terms of being people who have common enemies, right? You know, we see the Zionists in the West and they link up, right? Because, you know, if you attack Israel, then the United States is going to come and, you know, knock on your door, right? They're going to come mess your shit up, right? I mean, if you attack Israel, then the United States is going to come and, you know, help them out, right? So where is you guys' like alliance and coalition? So, you know, again, whether they're afraid of what the Saudis would do, what the UAE would do in terms of like where they put their money, not so much with them with their military, but at least who they would back. I'm just saying,
because I see Syria is, in my opinion, Syria is fighting. They're just losing. I mean, it's not that they're not fighting; it's just that they're not winning.
And you know,
when you don't really have an equivalent air force, and you're just got some ground troops, and you're just getting bombed to smithereens, it's not much you can do. I mean, even if let's say Iran sent them jets, they don't have pilots to fly them. They don't have anywhere to fly them out of. So they're in a what is the word?
So here's the thing: accept the subjugation, and therefore you don't have to watch your children get bombed and falling out of buildings and shit like that. Just get kicked out of your house and move somewhere else. You understand what I'm saying? Because, and then, you know, Russia too. Russia's another funny money place too. Keep in mind, a lot of these Zionists are actually Russian as well. Don't forget that. Not you, Marcus. I know you know. But a lot of these Zionists come from Russia, or their roots are in Russia too.
More from Ukraine.
You know what I'm saying? That is a very important. Yeah, Russia and Ukraine. You know, the other thing about it is Russia claims to be on the side of these people, but yet Russia gets their pilot shot out the sky. Syria gets bombed. All these places that Russia helps, they don't actually provide any help. They just help to stop the massacre from happening.
I would disagree with that. I don't feel that's what's happening with Russia. I feel like that might be the narrative that we're being fed. I look at Russia right now is obliterating Ukraine. I look at it, they're obliterating Ukraine. And they're not really providing Syria with adequate help. I would say not, and I feel like that also leads to why Iran is a little bit hesitant, because they're like, you're an ally to them, but at the same time, up until very, very, very recently, you've still been helping Israel. So in one token, you're helping Syria, and in the next token, you're helping Israel, who they're fighting against. I can see how they're like, I don't know how much, and I know Kaladin, she said up there that, you know, BRICS right now is economic. I completely agree. I don't believe it's going to stay that way, but I think that also you got, because I had this discussion with somebody else, and they were like, basically, like on the streets, man, if somebody bang on you, you got to bang back on them equally. And the difference is, I'm like, when you're dealing with, because this is talking about like Russia versus the
You talk
US. I'm
about
like,
machine guns versus knives.
we're talking about nuclear nations. We're talking about nuclear nation states. We're not talking about the Crips and Bloods across town. We're talking about the power to end everything. You when you got that level of power, you got to be a lot more careful with the way you do things. You can't handle everything like, oh, I'm just gonna do a drive-by and spray up the spot. You
But
can't
we
do that
see,
because one move
you
can
know,
be the end. Now, I feel like Iran, though they've been doing a lot more, though they talk and it's very little of a response, I don't think it's always going to be that way. I feel like they are biding their time, and what they're trying to do is say, look, we went by this, they did this to us. We attacked it by going by the rules, they did this playing dirty. We stayed by this. And so I feel like through taking this course of action is more likely that when Israel does do something that is a bridge too far, then it's going to allow for that formation of Russia and China to fully come together. And the way the neocons are playing right now, they're forming that BRICS
you
alliance to be
can't.
far
Russia
more
cannot be trusted,
into.
dog.
Well, but here, this is
As
this is
much as
all you.
people think that Russia is like anti-US and shit like that, they cannot be trusted. Perfect example. Why am I
Yeah.
saying
But
this?
you don't have to trust them. You don't have to trust them. The only thing you have to trust is the U.S. doesn't fucking like Russia. Period. In no
Okay.
shape, no form. They are enemies. I don't care what kind of bullshit anybody else spend. They are enemies. And because as the US is sitting on the top, they are going to make sure everybody else who's on the US side treats Russia like an enemy also. I feel it took for Putin up until a couple of years ago to finally get it to his thick skull. These people, you're the kid with lice who they pretend that they can hang out with you, but they really don't like you and they're going to continue to fuck with you. And I think it took for him a while to realize none of these Western powers are ever going to give me a fair shake. That's the reason why he started fucking with China. And so I'm not saying, oh, trust Russia. I'm saying they're not on the same. They know that I got to find some allies somewhere. And so those only allies can be in the other people who are getting that same treatment from your same enemies. So the only people they can rely on really is China and Iran and all the other countries who are being shitted on by the Western powers.
Well, even this, right? Think about this.
Mm-hmm.
When Assad asked for help with the Mercs in Syria, they went there and Russia was very effective in their air campaign in setting the mercenaries back, right? What country decides to shoot Russia planes out of the sky? Israel, right? We all saw that. They shot them planes, killed them pilots, and shit like that. What was Russia's response? How was their response? They did nothing. They talked tough. So when I say that they're not to be trusted, all I'm saying is Ukraine did something to you, boom, you was right there. This other little insignificant place did something to you. You did absolutely nothing. Hold on. Let me finish. You did nothing in return. So this strategy of waiting is just going to bring your people mass suffering, mass casualties. You're losing people one way or the other. And I understand
No. Yeah, okay, you're losing people, but when you're a country and you lose 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, you cannot you cannot let but still, how many people are in Russia? You take this course of action, you're jumping from a couple hundred, a couple thousand, you're jumping into the tens of thousands instantly, possibly up to 1 million people that you can have. The difference is Israel is not the same as Ukraine. Israel is not a NATO partner. If you mess with NATO, it's the same as if it's the same as on the street. If you mess with a made man, now you're messing with the syndicate. Now you're messing with the whole mob, and you're going to get the 5 families coming back at you in full force. It's different when you mess with an individual operator. And though Israel's a little punk ass bitch, which Iran, which Russia both could stomp out, instantly. But the moment you do that, you are going to have World War III, and they understand that. They're like, and the difference is World War II literally had millions of people die. World War III will possibly easily have over 1 billion people die, guaranteed. That has to be the calculation. Am I willing to, because they've knocked a couple of my planes out of the air, am I willing to take it to that point over that? Because once you do it, it's kind of like a bullet out of a gun. The bullet don't come back.
Correct.
Once
There's
you've
no
done
turning
it,
back.
there's no turning back, and that's a heavy calculation to make. Okay, well, I don't care. I'm at war with you now, Israel, and I'm at war with the U.S., and it's going to be a hot war. It's going to be literally, okay, everybody load up everything, and it's on now. And it's not going to, this time around, Russia's not going to be, okay, Stalingrad and some areas on the outskirts. This is modern cities. You will have troops launching literally on Moscow in the hearts of the cities. That's a heavy calculation to just jump to. And if you mess with Israel, think about it. We understand the calculations and the power which Israel has. And we know the moment that you mess with them, you know what's going to happen. You got to make that deduction that it's worth it. It's worth it to go to that level.
And I understand. And I don't want massive warfare or World War III, World War IV, nuclear fallout. I don't want really,
but the moment you do it, that's what you're getting.
Well, you know what? I think that's a bluff. I don't think we're going to get that. I don't think we're going to see nuclear war. I don't think they're going to drop nukes or none of that shit.
Okay,
I don't think so. I think all of that is a bluff. I think all of that is bullshit, to be quite honest. Because here's the thing. What are they? Hold on, Marcus. Let me ask you
this. They can launch on Israel and nothing. What's gonna? Okay, let's say that they launch directly a missile, and because here's the thing. Israel's a very small place.
Mm-hmm.
They launch a large missile. You are going to kill many Israelis. What do you think is going to happen from that?
They're going to try to get back. You know what I'm saying? They'll try to get back. But what I'm saying is, I just think the nuclear threat is over. I think that's another boogeyman that we've been living with since the 1950s type shit.
Even what I'm saying.
Because look, here's the thing, Marcus, the people who push the button, they still have to live in the society unless they have their whole, hold on. The people who push the button, they still have to live in the society unless all their underground bunkers are cool and they're going to bleach, they're going to fuck up the sky like the Matrix and just live underground. They're going to have to live with the nuclear fallout as well. There's going to be a problem. You know what I'm saying? Personally, I think all the nuclear talk is just bullshit. Deterrent ways to.
What I'm saying is take the nuclear talk off the table, even if it's not nuclear talk. You still are going to have large cruise missiles hitting major cities. That is still going to wipe out millions of people without nukes.
But aren't they? So is the United States? So what I'm saying is, so what is the actual course? So how do you fix this? How do you defend yourself? What do you do? So do you just sit there and just keep allowing them to smack you, slap you, take from you? You just sit there and take that until when? When is enough enough?
I do believe.
Are we waiting for God? Are we waiting for God to come and get them? Like, what are we doing here?
No, I believe we are going to. I believe they are going to take that mentality. And eventually it's going to get to a point where they have to do something back. And we're going to World War III. That's the reason why I believe it's inevitable. We're going to World War III, period.
So if we're going to World War III, bitch, I'll make sure I get my shit off before I go.
That's what I'm. This is literally.
I'm gonna bust my nut and I'm gonna go out smiling like, yeah, bitch, I got you. You felt me before you took me out. and that's what it is. But I'm just saying, like, because it always seems like we have to be bitches, whether it's black folks here in the United States and how we live, whether it was the natives, whether it's any marginalized group anywhere. It's always like, damn, I guess we have to be bitches and we have to wait until we have an opening so that we could do what? When are you going to do anything? Because it's all cowardly shit. And I know it makes it, I know I'm simplifying it to the point that's like, damn, Chris, what the fuck is you talking about? I understand that. However, on some level, you have to defend yourself. Why lock your door then? Just let people run in your crib and take your shit. Stop crying about it. Stop begging for money. Stop asking for help. Just deal with the shit. Just accept your position that you are who you are and what you are. You are on the lower rung of society, and these people are going to walk on you, stand on you. They're going to make you a slave. Accept your position as a slave and shut the fuck up. Stop bitching about it. Stop tugging on my heartstrings. Stop showing me the shit. You're accepting your position.
And this is what I would say. I mean, and just like this, when it was the days of slavery, it's a lot of black people right now who say there's no way I could have been a slave. It's easy to say that when you're not in that situation. And
Correct.
A lot of people who say they wouldn't have been would have been, and it's all cap. It's all bullshit. They would have been.
And I agree, because
there are some who wouldn't have.
Because if you and I fight back, then they don't even really do things to me and you, right? They go after our wives, our kids, our loved ones, and shit like that. So you gotta be easy, because you're willing to catch a bullet, the sword, whatever, but you don't really want the pain and suffering and slavery to come to the people that you leave behind for taking such action.
That's the decision all of these nations who are under thumb of NATO and the US and the West are dealing with. If I do this, I'm willing to die. I'm willing for my government to be taken out. But these babies that I'm looking at, I got to know that they're going to be up under a nuke. Not necessarily a nuke. I know that they're going to be up under some cruise missiles. I know that some drones are about to drop on a lot of innocent people. What's going on to them Palestinians? I know that this is about to be happening in my giant country also. Now, the difference is I feel like Western people, they don't believe that it's going to come back. They don't believe any punches are coming back their direction. That's where I feel like.
But why would you think? Why would you think that if you're the West, why would you be fearful of anything? Because everything we're doing, we're getting away with.
I know, and at some point,
I'm cutting off your resources. I'm cutting off your resources. I'm not allowing you to build any kind of army. I'm making sure that I monitor all of your weapons, all of your communications. I got satellites over you. I'm surrounding you militarily. What is left? You just gonna sit there and wait until they actually come into your bedroom and bend you the fuck over? What is left?
Well, and this is why I've been paying close to what's been going on and what they're actually doing. To plenty of people, it looks like they're doing nothing. But you don't think it's a reason why Russia has built up so many weapons? Like remember what I used to talk about all the time. What is Russia's number one actual weapon?
I don't know. Nukes?
It's not nukes. Nukes are what they have. They have more nukes than they have the most amount of nukes per capita. They're not the best nukes, but their number one thing, the thing which they have, which is better than anybody's, would be I'm forgetting what it's called right now. EMP nukes. EMP nukes, which knock out power grids. That's where I feel their weapon is. And what China has been working on. China has been working on I can't even remember what they're called right now. Ultrasonic nukes, which their nukes are so fast that if Satan 2, that's what one of them's called for out of Russia. But theirs are so fast that they can literally get them through American airspace. They've already launched them, went all the way through I mean, all the way from California, all the way across, coming out past DC, and the U.S. didn't even pick them up till they were about 45 minutes over the Atlantic Ocean. They know that they can actually launch it. But what they have to do in this situation is if it gets to a point where,
So they're
okay,
not going to catch
we
it.
are, no, hold
So
on.
they're
What
not
I'm
going to
saying
catch it from
is,
the bases in Poland. They're not going to
what
catch it from England. England not going to catch it.
but listen to what I'm saying. Hear me out. In order for them to do that, it has to be just like they did with the Diddy raid. Simultaneously, all of a sudden, boom, they were at his California and his Florida residence at the same time. This is how it would have to be done in that situation. It has to be coordinated between all of the factors to all coordinatedly strike at the same time when it comes to that. Therefore, to make sure that there is no response. That's the best way to ever win a fight, a flawless victory. You land that punch, they drop, there's no punch back. That's what you want. You don't want punches going back and forth. Even if you win, because even if you win the fight, you still get some lumps and you still lose in a sense. I had plenty of fights where my hand was held at the end and my face was still swollen and knotted up the next day. But I guarantee you, they're not sitting up there. They've already gotten past the point of feeling like, okay, well, we can work together. Right now, what they're doing is economically getting themselves in position. China has, for the longest, been conditioning their people to prep for war. They've been doing that, but they're not going to. It's going to be all of a sudden. It's not going to be, oh well, shit. We see them. No, they've been working on all these war games and they're doing all this. Russia right now, even with Ukraine, they're only using a portion of their force. They're not even really using the whole maximal force. And a lot of people who think, oh, well, see, Russia is still in, they're doing business deals with these people. That don't matter. There's plenty of times where people will set up and do business with somebody and kill them right afterwards. So just because y'all see that, oh, I saw Putin shake hands with somebody from Israel, that don't mean shit. What they're doing is they're like, okay. Perfect example. Remember Four Brothers, right? Remember how old boy had dude on the ground eating dog food. Well, not dog food. He threw the food on there and he made him and his girl get down and eat like a dog.
Correct.
What happened to Victor Sweet at the end?
He got the business.
And how did it happen? All his people turned against him and he didn't see the shit coming. And this is what you if you're gonna come at Israel and the United States and Great Britain and all these people, it can't be walking up to them, balling up your fists. It got to be a sneak. They can't see the shit coming.
Well, here's the thing: if those people keep sitting back, if everybody sits back and let them get their nut off now, there ain't gonna be nobody to do no sneak attack later.
No, they still got plenty of people. I mean, we're looking at it. We're looking at it on a small level.
Hold on,
a thousand. Russia losing 1,000 people is nothing.
Let's look at the Palestinians currently. They're being erased. Everybody is sitting back watching this. They're being erased and moved out of that place in the worst possible way. This takes us into the next part. Look, even the fucking aid workers who went there, the World Kitchen, I don't know what the C means.
Have a good one, Oz.
All right, Oz, peace out. But even with the people, look, they went there to provide aid. If you read the backstory, they coordinated with the Israeli government. They provided the route. They provided the name of the people who was going to be there. They clearly saw the materials that they had. You saw what they did. They bombed the first one. The second people went to go help, and then they fucking bombed them. Then when the third people went to go help, they hit them as well.
Yep.
Thank you, Miguel. World Central Kitchen.
Yeah, which this is
knew
kind of nicely rolling into it.
They knew
what I wanted to talk to.
They knew exactly what they were doing in terms of the Israeli government. They knew exactly what they were doing, who they were bombing. They were sending a larger message, which is, hey, all you people who feel bad, who want to come over here and help them, don't. You know why? Because you can end up just like them. It was the same thing with the flotilla. The same thing with the flotilla from years ago. They sent that boat there. Nobody had guns. The Israelis pulled up in helicopters, dropped down onto that flotilla, shot a couple people, and then deaded that whole operation. All I'm saying is, if you keep allowing this, there won't be enough of you to do anything.
No, there's still plenty of people because it's not like they're killing. Now, as far as Gaza, that's a different story.
Yeah, Gaza I'm talking about. Yeah.
But as far as Gaza, I feel like the Arab leaders, and Hamza would be perfect to be in here right now. The Arab leaders, like for instance, Jordan, Israel. I mean, not Jordan, not Israel, but Jordan, Egypt. They're completely bought off. They're completely corrupted.
Turkey in there
They're
as
not
well.
going to. They're not going to do.
Turkey in there as well.
Turkey is in a different position, but I get what you're saying. And the reason why I say Turkey's in a different position because Turkey, the difference is they're an actual NATO, they're NATO, and they're supposedly an ally. Jordan and Egypt ain't necessarily an ally. They're just a country that we'll do business with. So it's a little bit different.
My nigga,
with Turkey.
You know, here's the other part, my nigga. The Saudis, with the backing of Britain and the United States, were purchasing all those weapons, and they was turning Yemen into dust. Them people said, yeah, okay, fine, you're going to turn us into dust, but you know what? You're going to feel me, pause, before I go, right? In any way and every way they can. If little fucking Yemen is able to do something even on a small level, I mean, dog, y'all need to do something. If you don't if you don't address the bully on any level, you're gonna get bullied until you ain't got shit to be taken. They're gonna take your life, and then that's it. So my point is, and I know it sounds basic bitch type shit, like yo, they hit back. You've got to do something.
Yeah, but you're looking at it, but
you're not even winning. You're not even waging the propaganda war properly.
But when you make the analogy, push back against the bully, it's not a one-on-one. That's the thing. If it was a one-on-one, then I think it might be a little bit different. But it's not a one-on-one. It's a 1-on-20, and that's the difference. The countries that could do something and get away with it, i.e., a Saudi is completely corrupted. They don't really give a damn about the Gaza, and they've never cared about the Palestinians. And a lot of those other countries, UAE, they've never gave a damn. They only care about making the money that they can make. They have never cared about any of the oppression that's going on with any other Arabs. This mentality that people have of there's some kind of Arab solidarity, or that as Muslims that they all care. This is one thing that I learned. There's a big difference between the different Muslim groups. There are the people who are. It's the same as Christianity. You got different sects.
You mean between the Shiites and the Shia?
Yeah, you even got even more groups that we don't even talk about, like the Baptists. That's another group that we talk about. Then you got like the
Baptists but the Baptists got worked over from.
I know that. I know that there's still remnants of them left, but what I'm saying is when you have all of these different people who are not on one accord, and you have the ones who are like exactly they're not, and Chris H also, they're not all on one accord. And when you have some of them who want to go to the fundamentalist type and say no, we need to be hardcore for our principles, and you got the other ones who just care about making money, then you have that division. It's the same thing we have in the Black community who are saying, you know what, hey, we need to be pushing for more stuff, and helping to build a Black community. And then you got those ones who are like, well, I don't really give a shit as long as I get the bag. The Candace Owens types, the what's his name, the one who the Clyburns, the Van Joneses. They got those same people within the Muslim areas also, who are only care about what I can do for me and my little circle. And as long as they have those issues, you're not going to have this solidarity of any of these other Arab countries stepping up for each other. The only ones who do are the ones who are all kind of on the poverty line, or are all kind of down at the bottom anyway. They're all on the bottom, all getting screwed. So then they all bond together. It's the ones who are screwing them over and who are selling out the rest of the people who could help them, who don't. So it's going to take for outside pressure to actually,
Yeah, because
be the ones.
again, the Muslim world, because of their division, they're all pussy too, and they find themselves, on the knees to the either white Zionists or white Christian nations to their, again, for how much money we all hear about Dubai and Saudi Arabia and shit like that. You can't even build your own weapon systems. You still buying weapons from the people who came there and carved up your place and made your place a whole lot less safe. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So, we're always talking about, because you and I, obviously, we agree on this 100%. We're always critical of the Zionists, and we don't do them people at all. But, we have to look at the people who they are attacking too and look at them and be like, you guys, you remember Kid and Play? You remember Kid and Play?
Mm-hmm.
What's that you smell? I smell pussy.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's what I'm saying. We do got a bunch of those people out there that's like, hey, well, I ain't about to step up, tuck that chain in. We got a bunch of them over there.
Correct. Debo coming, tuck your chain.
Exactly.
Debo coming.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. You got a lot of these people in these countries that have that mentality. Now, you have the Saudis and UAE who they like, yo, I'm getting this paper. I don't give a damn. Fuck all y'all. That you got them. You got how remember how Jamie Foxx was at the beginning of the Django when he was like with the other slaves? He's like, hey, forget
he said, got that nigga on a horse.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
He said, you gonna let him sleep in the bed?
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. You got some of them who kind of like, hey, I'm good. I'm sorry. I can't help you.
Right.
And then you got some of them ones that's like, I want to help, but see, you got to understand, you got those types who. What's that?
Kaladin.
You got those.
The oil. Kaladin, it's the oil and the distribution routes. That's what it is.
I would say
it's the resources. Partially. It's the resources.
It is a lot of resources there. A lot of resources.
Because look,
no, it's not just oil. It's not just
oil. It's just the resources.
You have oil.
Ports. So, for instance, they want to. For instance, Gaza would be a great port to have. You could do half tourism in a beach, and then you could do a port where you can bring in everything you need.
But even besides the port part, you have a lot of natural gas there. That's another big part. You have got a lot of natural gas. You have a lot of rare earth materials also in these areas too. Correct. Now, that weighs into it. Also, just location and proximity to being able to sell goods into Europe from Asia and into Africa. You know how they say location.
Correct, because from that location you can reach Europe, you can reach Africa, you're in the Middle East, and you have shipping rights to Europe. You can
hit all three of those, and then supply easily coming straight out of that area, straight across to the U.S. So you're technically right in the middle and able to hit all four continents. I mean, not continents, but all four of the different areas. Talking about as far as Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Americas. You're able to hit those four zones, and also everybody's going to need to kind of cross that way. If the U.S. is going to sell stuff into Europe and Asia at the same time, it makes more sense for them to go across that direction versus going all the way across through Asia and then coming around to Europe, because then you have to run into Russia first. And
Kaladin, I would say this: if there is the God of the Christian or whatever God, I would think that if he was giving his people the promised land, it would not be in present day Palestine. It would not be in present day Israel, because there's plenty of other places that he could provide, that he could give the people that have far more resources and a much better situation and area for his chosen people. It wouldn't be that little fucking strip of land. No.
Well, the thing about it is,
else.
the thing about it is the promised land is not only that little strip of land; it's much bigger than
Correct.
that.
That's
But
what I'm saying.
it's much bigger than that. Also, from the way it's described, is even once that land is not going to be the same way once it is the actual promised land. That's what I'm saying. It will be completely transformed. And how it talked about the Garden of Eden, how it was all great and all these wonderful things. And then it said that after the people are out of it, that's when certain areas dried up and were desolate. Just like how you have in the in West Africa, where you have the eye of the Sahara, which a lot of people think that was Atlantis. You can tell that there was vegetation and stuff in all of these different areas over there, where you can tell that it changed at some point. Now you could say it just changed from by just nature itself. You can say that it was God who changed it, but it is obvious that a change happened in that area. It's also obvious that it's very possible for this other area to change, because when it talks about in the Bible, the promised land is the Nile to the Euphrates. That's not just that little strip. So when you factor in all of that area, and if you factor how things are starting to change, it be global warming or whatever, you factor in that's going to definitely change the way the rest of that area will be. And we can't even factor it in. So you can say, "Oh, God's not going to do anything." Yeah, okay, but the planet is changing. That is a fact, whether you say it's from God or not. There is a fact that it's changing, and therefore that's going to change things. Now, I saw Kaladin was talking about like these families. I vehemently believe that these families are, how they talk about how these different royal families married into this family and that family and that family. If you go into Muhammad, what it talks about in the Quran, it literally describes him as basically being a white man. And I've heard people allude to the fact of Queen Elizabeth before she passed or whatever, or regardless of passing or not, that she is a descendant of the actual real life Muhammad. That Muhammad was a white man who came out of Europe and went into the Middle East and pushed a whole lot of, who basically formed Islam in a sense. And so it's very well possible that some of these so-called Arab leaders know their history and know, no, these are my people. Even though I kind of look like you, you're not really my people. And that could be why they're not actually giving the help which you would believe that they're supposed to give. I wouldn't say that the ruling families are not human, like there's some snakes or some demons or something. I say that their soul is just demonic and dark and allows them to do things which are inhumane. But
I just think they're willing to do.
I don't believe there's some supernatural creature.
I just think that they're willing to do their conscience doesn't stop them. Like, so for instance, for me, right? I personally, I don't like bullies. That's why I was going off earlier.
I feel you. I feel you. I don't either.
I don't like bully shit from the smallest level to the most grand level, right? And it just seems as if they are willing to give into that part of their psyche, to that part of the emotional spectrum, and they're willing to say, you know what, I'm not going to feel bad for anything I do to Marcus. So whether I steal Marcus's hat, his shirt, his glasses, his woman, his home, his car, his job, it doesn't matter. I'm okay with that. Whereas me, I would be like, dog, why am I taking all this shit from this thing? You know what I mean? I wouldn't feel like that. So I guess that would make me quote unquote soft. You know what I mean? But they are, they're all into that shit. They don't have that part of humanity that we all have. They're not willing to give into that part.
No,
and again,
go ahead. Sorry.
And again, I I work with a lot of these people, dog. I see their attitudes, even on this level. And if we just start, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And the higher you climb, it just really gets worse. Even on this level, working class level, you know what I'm saying? Maybe middle class, maybe upper middle class. Dog, I see the.
Well, and I guess there's one more video that I want to share. I guess we got probably two more, two short ones.
Yeah.
Could you pull that?
I'm going to it right now. Which one? Janet Yellen?
Actually, yeah. Go on ahead and show that one, because now that we're kind of in this discussion, it's kind of throwing all the things all together, and it's working out beautifully how they're all kind of interwoven.
It is because we just moving from one to the other.
But yeah, go on ahead and show that one, and then I want you to get that
and then what's the other
his
one?
name? The
aid
WCK,
workers, Patrons Express.
The aid worker, his statement.
Okay, gotcha.
Or you can show his first, and then we can go to Janet Yellen. Either way, it doesn't matter because it's kind of interwoven. And then I want also that
okay, got you. So let me.
I want that one from TikTok also, because I just want to show that, because
so I'm gonna pull up the aid. No,
whether
ahead,
y'all saw,
finish.
Yeah, I was gonna say whether y'all saw it or not. And I know this isn't gonna be like for our audience. This isn't gonna be like, oh my God, woo, he said this. But the reason why it's newsworthy, because who is saying this, and who is saying what they're saying, and what it signifies that these people are saying this now. Dang it, I keep hearing this neighbor's dog out there crying for like the past 2 hours. Good Lord.
Go throw some meat, pause, at this motherfucker.
Well, let that little bastard out. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, you gonna let him free?
Let it free. Go run.
You gonna give us free? Give us free. Hold on. All right, let me bring this back. Oh, this is the head of the World Central
Chef
Kitchen,
Jose,
right?
Chef Jose Andres,
right?
Yeah.
Got you.
We didn't have all the information, obviously, in the first minutes and hours, but very clear. The situation began being very obvious when we began seeing images of these bodies and these passports in the hospital that confirm these were our people. At the end is what we know, what everybody knows, that 7 team members between the specialty security people we have, 3 British individuals.
Oh, it cut off. What happened to it?
What did I just do?
Yeah, you closed it out.
And then they hit the third one, and then we saw the consequences of that continuous targeting attack. 7 people dead, but there are 7 on top of a list of more than another 190 humanitarian workers that they've been killed over the last 6 months. If we were targeted this way, I need to understand that this was not vicious. I need to understand that this was not by somebody that is above law and order that decided just to kill us because, I don't know, maybe because I did a tweet that was very strong against President Netanyahu. I don't know.
The people that we are talking about, right? They're very much involved with the killing of the United States President, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And that goes before my time, that goes before Marcus's time. Neither one of us were alive. I'm pretty sure most of our audience wasn't alive for John F. Kennedy, right? So if they fucking were involved, and, you know, obviously from the things that we have learned very much that they were involved in the death of a United States president, Mr. Andres, while I respect you, do you think they give a fuck about your workers, B? They was sending a message. They allowed you to come. Yo, think about how grimy this is, Marcus. This is what we dealing with, right? You had to make an appointment. You said, yo, look, I know you're going to kill them people, but please let us come in there and feed some of them. Okay, fine. You can come in and feed some of them. Tell us where you're going. Okay, we going east down Congress Avenue, and then we're going to make left onto 123 Main Street, onto Main Street, and then we're gonna go 4 blocks up, and then we're gonna stop, make a U-turn, go back to the airport. Okay, fine. We're coming now. Okay, we're watching you. Yo, nigga, blow them up. And that's exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wasn't. He said, I think maybe it was a tweet or no, it wasn't.
Obviously, that's why we need investigation that is neutral and is above IDF.
That what?
No, you can let it go. I'll say it then.
Okay.
I believe will be good intentions on anybody, and they will tell the story whatever they want to say. But what I know is that we were targeted deliberately, non-stop, until everybody was dead in this convoy. That cannot be the role of an army. That cannot be the role of an army that has hundreds of drones above Gaza in any single moment.
And this, what I'm saying is, this is somebody who was still in this misguided belief that, oh well, Israel is only doing what they have to do to protect themselves because of the evil Arabs. This is somebody who had that belief. For those that don't know, not that long ago, this same man's organization was feeding the IDF. So in his mind, he never, ever, ever thought that they would turn and they'll launch on my people. You gotta remember, this dude is sent. He has sent the World Central Kitchen, to everywhere around the world, the most dangerous places around the world, to Darfur, to Somalia, to Haiti, to all of these places, right? And never had to worry about none of his people being in danger.
Hey, look, to the people in the chat who mentioned the International Criminal Court of Justice, the ICJ only exists to prosecute African leaders who the West have told them need to be prosecuted. Other than that, no one else appears before the ICJ and gets put in prison or anything, or is ever sanctioned or brought into there. It's my entire life, the only people I've ever seen have smoke with the ICJ are African leaders.
Well, the reason why is you're not getting convicted of anything unless Great Britain and the U.S. co-sign it.
Correct.
If they don't co-sign it, it don't matter. They can scream and cry about, they've been complaining about Israel for 30 years.
Thank you, Marcus.
Nothing goes anywhere. There's so many investigations been opened up against Israel, and it just doesn't matter. Only Western powers decide how that's going to go. And this guy, it took, and honestly, this is why I think that this might be a sea change. This might be a winding down of things, or at least a pause for a moment, because Biden is getting like destroyed in the polling right now. He knows, it's finally clicked to him. I'm gonna fucking lose. I have to shut this shit down. And when this happened to that chef, who it took for 7 of his people to get obliterated, for him to realize, oh, these are the bad guys. Oh shit. Fuck, they would attack me. And sometimes it takes for people to have to experience the trauma to come to their front doorstep for them to get their head out of their asses. And now he's criticizing and calling Biden and keep in mind, this is a top Biden donor. This is somebody who's very influential in DC. They listen when somebody like this starts talking. And he start bitching. Biden's like, oh, okay. All right, I'll do something. And the writing on the wall, was when you had what's his name? When you had Chuck Schumer come out and start complaining. That was the sign. Everybody can criticize them now.
And okay, thank you, Miguel. But yeah, either or, whatever the institution is, it's ineffective. And also, too, now I'm going to take a shot at Americans. Americans are all pussy, too. They keep participating in this election. You have on social media, you have, what's the name of the group? APAC. APAC is on Twitter. Elon Musk's app, who proclaims to be an American now. You know, he's Americanized, whatever. APAC is bragging that, hey, look, all of our candidates got elected. All of you who are going to participate in the election, you're all going to vote for APAC candidates. I just need you all to know that. Instead of just completely separating yourself and saying that we are totally opposed from you, some of you people are still like, well, this guy is better on abortion. I still want access to abortion. And this one is for this. And they said something good here. So, I'll go out and vote for this. You're all voting for Zionist-owned candidates, from president all the way down. The bigger clowns are the Trump people, because we're seeing all this stuff with Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro.
Hold on. Let's not go there yet. Let's not jump off to there yet. We're going to get there, though. But
no, I know. I'm not even talking about that particular situation in itself. All I'm saying is, like, all of you are going to vote for Zionists one way or the other. You are not doing anything bold by voting Donald Trump. You are not doing anything bold supporting RFK. You're not doing anything bold for Williamson, Cornel West, and the rest of them. They're all fucking Zionists in some way. Even if they don't profess to be Zionists, they're all fucking controlled. For Cornel West, look, too, this is another criticism that people don't make. Cornel West, right? Yes, he has said a lot of good things. I agree with a lot of shit he said. You know what? He kept his fucking ass over there in Princeton for mad fucking years talking to all them fucking white kids. Okay? Cornel West would have been much better put to use in black neighborhoods on a daily basis. But he's getting his check from Princeton. The motherfucker still wasn't paying his child support, or he had to make deals on his child support and shit like that. Cornel, you would have been better in Newark. You would have been better in Brooklyn. You would have been better in Compton. You would have been better in Miami. You would have been better in Houston. Anywhere else. All these black fucking people. Sorry, I know I'm off in the tangent now, Marcus. Sorry, but they got me worked up today. All of these motherfuckers like a Cornel West, all of you could have been better served in your own neighborhood, but all of you like to live in those white fucking places like a Harvard, a Yale, a Princeton, a Columbia, and all the rest of it. You all live there for your tenure and your money and your bag and all that other shit. Y'all ain't shit either. None of them ain't shit either. I'm just saying, we have to separate ourselves from everybody. You got to disconnect. But instead of getting myself worked up, Marcus, as I always say, just take care of your own and live your fucking life. And at the end of it, hope that you and your family are okay. That's all you can do. You know what I'm saying? No. Because all this other shit is just a means to, like, get yourself all worked up like I am now, getting a little hot now and bothered, not horny, but just, I just think of all the injustice and fucked up.
I gotta warn you, because I know I can find the spots, because there's stuff that I'm gonna say it's gonna trigger that same one, and so it'd have been more perfect, because I can tee you up. I got you, but because I wanted you to kind of, because that rant would have been perfect right after this video.
Okay.
Because show that one, the Instagram one.
Okay, yeah, get it.
No, but I mean, I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
I know. Look, you know, for anybody who thinks that me and Marcus got smoked because we was getting loud back and forth, trust me, that is my dude. Like when shit go down, we gonna get shot together, and we gonna be like, Marcus gonna be like, "See, I told you should shut the fuck up. Now you got us both shot." We gonna be doing the same shit.
No, it's not. It's gonna be like I told you to go to the right. No, you said go to the left. I said go to the right. We still gonna shoot him, but I said go right. You go high, I go low.
Exactly. That's exactly. Oh, Marcus, is that page private?
The Instagram one?
Yeah.
Which one? Oh no, not the Instagram. The was it TikTok? I think.
Oh, TikTok. Oh, okay. Because I pulled the
TikTok.
Instagram.
I told you the wrong one. My bad.
Oh, got you. No, it's all good.
It was not the Instagram one. It was the TikTok one.
Okay.
Now we're gonna have to stop it in here because it's some bullshit which he says, but you can tell that this is how there's a sea change and they're about to shut shit down, because when you see Morning Joe Scarborough start getting like this, you know that either and if things are not changing,
Yahoo send the head of Mossad to Doha.
Hold on, Marcus.
It's 3 weeks before the worst attack on
here,
Jews.
There we go.
I can mute it. But I wanted to, because see, this shows me that how he was able to walk him down like he about to walk him down. Show me he knew this shit. He had these questions for the longest, but he's been holding this back till he was approved to be able to go this way. Now I'm gonna already say he gonna say some BS stuff about what happened on October 7th, because he's still putting out lies and shit that's already been disproven. But we know that they're gonna say some of that dumb shit, and we'll address it once he says it. But I want y'all to see how that's right. I'll set this up because the first part it gets cut off on here. And shout out to the Progressive Soapbox, Jamaro. He's the one who I saw covering this, and he covered the first part of it, which this was the only clip I was able to find where I wanted you to be able to see him talking, but I didn't want to show it on this network so that it would get us in trouble. But the first part, he starts asking him about. Actually, I think you'll be able to figure out what the setup once you watch it. But sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say a lot of people who are in this space, you know, who get on camera and talk about these geopolitical things, domestic politics, and shit like that. I just want to say a lot of them are misguiding you guys. They cover a lot of domestic politics. They cover a lot of electoral politics shit. I don't know why they're still covering electoral politics in the way that they're covering electoral politics. I don't know why they're still telling you specifically about what the Democratic Party or what the Republican Party is doing. They're getting money off you guys. The grift is real. I just want you guys to realize that. There's a lot of people in this space who are grifting off you guys. Marcus and I can say the shit that we say because we don't ask you for $1, and I don't mean that in a bad way. We don't ask nobody for no bread. We're not on here. Hey, here's the GoFundMe. Here's the. Marcus and I both get it on our own. We pay our own bills. We don't depend on people. We're not. So just keep in mind the things that we say, we genuinely feel this way. We're not trying to beat you in the head so you can contribute a few dollars. Hey, look, if you want to send us some bread, cool, I can take it. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, we're not asking you for that. We keeping it a buck. And we're not the biggest channel, but we the most thorough. We're the most thoroughest channel.
And I'll say this: even if we did need a buck, even if I did need a buck, I'm not going to try to get it off of stuff like this, because this is stuff that even if y'all don't agree with my opinion or Chris's opinion, at least you know that you are getting 100% how we feel on the topic. You're getting realness. You're not getting somebody who's doing shit for the camera, who's doing shit to puff up their ego, who's doing shit for money. We actually genuinely care about these issues, and this is the reason why we talk about them the way we do. Now, if I'm just doing some regular entertainment shit and I'm doing some skits and some jokes and whatever, yeah, I'm gonna ask for some chips. That's a different story. But but I ain't doing that right now. This is something serious.
Correct. All right, I'm gonna hit play on this video now, Marcus.
All right, going ahead. Oh shoot, my bad. Hold on. Start it back over.
3 weeks before the worst attack. So let me.
Did you want to say something?
No. I forgot. I muted that screen, but no, go ahead.
Oh, okay, got you. All right.
I might need you to stop it. I'll let you know when to stop it because I'm gonna push back on some of the shit that Joe says in here. But watch,
okay. Joe
about to be cooking his ass on some of it part of the time.
So let me ask you this question, and I can't get an answer, and maybe we're just not covering it in the press. Maybe you can help me out. Why did Benjamin Netanyahu send the head of Mossad to Doha 3 weeks before the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust and told Qatar to continue funding Hamas?
I think, if anything, October 7 shattered that concept. And it's my understanding.
But you just said you always knew they were Nazis. I always knew they were Nazis. I would never give. We were always angry that
now, pause it, Chris.
Funded Hezbollah and Hamas.
Oh, this is such. Ooh.
Why did Benjamin Netanyahu do that?
This
is why. This is why
this duplicity nasty work. Oh, this is nasty, Marcus.
This is why I say he set him up nasty. He was like, so, Hamas, Hamas is horrible, right? Yeah, Hamas is so horrible. They're just horrible, savage terrorists, blah, 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 blah. They're the Nazis, yada, 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 yada. We completely agree. So, I got a question for you.
I'm listening, bro.
So, these horrible, terrible terrorists, Nazis, all this, who have no mercy, why are you sending them money? So, why were you helping prop them up all this time when you knew they were this horrible? It can't be any better of setup. He let him go in and talk about how horrible they are, how they're the worst people ever, but yet you funding them. Because he hit him with some real shit. Now, I wish that he would go a little bit further, which for him, I think he goes about as far as he can go. I mean, as far as what he believes, because I don't believe like he believes the way I do, so he's not gonna go to the levels I do. I believe somebody once said history doesn't necessarily repeat, but it definitely rhymes. And I believe what we're seeing right now, coordination, how October 7th happened. Like, and here's another thing. Here's another dishonest thing that these people do. Oh, 1,200 people died on October 7th, right? How many of these people were military out of the 1,200? How many of these people were police officers? How many of these people were civilians who grabbed guns who were trying to fight? How many were looked at as combatants? How many were just complete civilians? Then how many, because we know for a fact that some of them were killed by the IDF. How many of these people were killed in crossfire by the IDF? We don't get any numbers on how many did Hamas just outright kill. How many weren't killed in crossfire? But this is the lie. This is the lie that a lot of these Israeli propagandists get on TV and pretend that every single person was just an innocent person that was just killed at all. I mean,
Marcus, all of their numbers are very sketchy. Whether it's 6 million or 1,200, all the numbers are fucking sketchy, bro. They've been lying from the fucking start.
I believe that they lied about this whole attack, and I believe that the Hamas who came in and did this attack, I'm gonna just give it to you full how I believe. The the so-called Hamas who came in and did this stuff is Mossad. I believe that these are basically paid operatives by Israel to do this attack so that they can go and do what they're doing right now.
Correct. And Marcus, because look, if we think about every single time that they mention the Hamas firing rockets, what was the press release? Oh, Hamas fired 30 rockets into Israel. They flew into an open field. We have no casualties to report. So you're telling me the group that keeps shooting in random open fields all of a sudden killed 1,200 people. They were flying on what you call them things, Marcus? What you call them? Hang gliders. They were on hang gliders. They raped babies and they raped women.
Oh, and that's what I'm saying. This is something that Joe says in there about, oh, they just burned these people. No, they didn't burn these damn people. Yeah, they really wanted to go and kill as many people as possible, but they sat there and took time to just roast a couple of people. That's fucking idiotic that people even buy into that dumb shit. The reason why these people are torched and burned like this is because they were hit by incendiary rounds and missiles. It's just an idiot. But sorry, here, let him go. Let him cook for a little bit because he gonna say some of that bullshit, that propaganda. But let him cook this dude real quick.
Okay, Wesley, tell me if my impersonation is okay, Wesley. Hamas, or I'm trying to get the phlegm properly. Hold on, let me just take a swig real quick, Marcus, because we gotta try to
because they don't because Hamas doesn't even say Hamas like that.
Marcus, yeah, you gotta say it with your throat. Pause. You gotta say it with your throat. Hamas. See, I can't even do it, dog. I tried, but I can't. I can do L'chaim, that I can do, but Hamas, I'm not that good at. I'm gonna work on that. That's how I'm working on.
That's a divine language with all that phlegm in it. Yeah. Keep telling people that bullshit.
Let me ask you this. Why did Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump know in 2018 the sources of Hamas's illicit funding, and they still did nothing? They wanted that money to get to Hamas. I'd like to know why, because we don't know in America. Have there been any investigations in Israel at this point?
I'm sure we'll investigate it, and I totally agree with you. That Qatar
Hamas
is a wolf in sheep's clothes, and they're buying their way in.
No. I must correct you. Benjamin Netanyahu was asked by the leaders.
Dog, who is Qatar? Who is Qatar? Marcus, who is Qatar, dog?
Just some rich assholes who
we know
Arabs.
that. We know that, but again, this is all performative from Joe, right?
No, I don't think. Well, yes and no. It's definitly performative. But on Joe, I think he's been waiting to be able to unleash. I think on the inside, he's wanted to go off on these people for a while, but he hasn't been given the green light to be able to do it. Because when you bringing up shit from 2018 and you cover the news on a daily basis, when this stuff happened and you didn't ask none of these questions, that's already an indication that you were told to shut your mouth on this, or you knew to not bring any of that shit up.
Look, Marcus, like Alcoholics Anonymous, or like what is it, the Sex Group Anonymous, or like I'm putting my hand up, hi, my name is Chris, and I will admit that I used to watch Morning Joe every morning for many years. Right? They sat next to Richard Haas for so many fucking years, B. If they wanted to know any of this, they could have asked that guy. He's the head of the Council on Foreign Relations. They could have asked all of this because Richard Haas had very many answers on everything else. The reason why I say this is performative, because Israel is being so heavy-handed that now in the media, they have to look as if they are willing to accept some sort of slap on the finger. I noticed I didn't say slap on the wrist. I said slap on the finger.
of Qatar. Do you want us, Qatar, to give money to Hamas? This was in September. And Netanyahu's representative said, yes, of course. You're feeding that wolf, and you're telling that wolf to feed the Nazis in Gaza. So explain to me, because I really want to know, why was
Nazis in Gaza, Marcus?
I told you that's the tack that he went with, that there's literal Nazis in there.
This is why, and the captions are not fully correct either, Wesley, but this is why I say this is all performative and this is all theater to make it look as if, hey, look, America is kind of sort of pushing back against them. But this is the only place where look, we even had the president of the United States go and say some stupid shit and then turn around and be like, well, here's a bunch of fucking fighter jets and here's a bunch of fucking arms. It's all fucking show. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I know. That's what I was saying, how you can see right now how they've been given the green light to do this. And this is performative. Also, I think Jamar said this, or his co-host said this, I can't remember. But you notice right now, with all this change in criticism, you haven't heard AIPAC, you haven't seen AIPAC on TV getting blasted, and nor have you seen AIPAC on TV pushing back and complaining about why is everybody coming after AIPAC now? Because AIPAC gave them the green light, and what they're doing is they're saying, we're going to hang all of everybody's frustrations and bitterness on Netanyahu. We're going to put it all on Bibi. Bibi, it's time for you to be taken out to pasture. And then what we'll do is, after all this is over with, we're going to put in whoever we feel is the next new leader. Probably going to be Gallant. We're going to put him in there. And then, see, everything is fixed. Netanyahu's gone. Please forgive us for all the messed up stuff. You know, it was Netanyahu who was really making us do all this stuff. You know, and that's what they're going to do.
You ain't lie, bro.
They're going to blame it all on Netanyahu, as if like that was the problem the whole time. It was just evil Netanyahu. When
Benjamin Netanyahu and his government funding, they were allies with Qatar in the funding of Hamas. Why?
I think it's a mistake. And it was uncovered October 7th. October 7th demonstrated that if you think you could buy quiet, peace, by funding Hamas, it's a huge mistake. And it's clear to me right now.
Why did Benjamin Netanyahu, knowing that their charter said that they were to kill Jews and eradicate Israel, why would any leader?
One of the most prominent and oft repeated talking points, the Hamas charter says and he just repeated.
Well, and here's the thing, that it doesn't even say that anymore. They changed their charter. It doesn't even say that anymore. They're just lying.
And I just want people to realize, like, again, this is what we mean by theater. Understand what you're watching. Sometimes they have to pretend as if they have some kind of issue because they go too far.
And they weren't buying peace. They were buying Hamas to have a boogeyman so that they can say, see, look how bad and evil the Palestinians are.
Correct.
So that they can never have a two-state solution. That's what the whole point of keeping Hamas in there.
Of Israel work to fund that organization to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars and work with Qatar to fund Hamas?
I think that question should be asked, and we'll get an answer. We'll ask.
When are we going to get the answer? Fine. We've been asking it for 6 months. When are we going to get the answer?
At the end of the day, once we finish the war, all these challenges will rise, and we'll deal with them. Right now, we're focused on winning the war.
Did you hear what he said? Once we finish.
Yeah. Let's not investigate. Let's not talk about anything. Let's not ask any questions. What we need to do is wait till everything's all over with, and then we can ask some questions. And the reason why is so you can finish.
I want to ask you another question. I want to ask you another question because you brought this up.
Yes.
You brought it up And it is so sickening to think about the Israeli women.
Oh, fair use, by the way, in case we got to say this. Fair use. We're not selling shit.
We ain't got to
use.
do that on TikTok with TikTok stuff.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying fair use. We ain't, NBC, don't come for this episode. You know what I'm saying? Just chill the fuck out, relax. You know what I'm saying?
That were beaten, raped, murdered. The Israeli grandmother.
He had the props ready, dog.
Yeah, he said that earlier. That's what
Joe
started
got
him.
this part. He had the props as Joe got here.
Oh, but well, watch. This wasn't wise for him to do that. Watch what happens next.
Who were burned to death, the toddlers who were shot in their beds for 10 hours. Some of these people waited for Benjamin Netanyahu's government to come and rescue them. Those people whose faces you were holding up, they sat and they waited in shelters. Their children saw their parents shot. Parents saw some children shot, and they kept waiting for Netanyahu's government to come rescue them. 2, 3, 4, 7, 10, in some cases, 13 hours. Where was Benjamin Netanyahu? Where was the IDF? Where were the defense forces over those 12, 13 hours while the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust was unfolding?
Ding, 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 ding. Buzzword, Holocaust, worst slaughter of Jews since Holocaust. Oh, God. Yo, the kids on TikTok went after the 1990s as it related to Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls and basketball in general, right? They started a whole hashtag. They got a whole bunch of shit saying the 90s is done. They went and did their research. Yo, Generation Z, do the same for this issue. Please call all of it over. Please go and let your fingers do the work. Get your videos going, do your research, and crush this entire fucking narrative. Because for my generation and those above me, they're fucking lost and they're too fucking scared to say anything. There's a few people like myself, I'm not afraid. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? You can't do shit to me. Fuck that. They already tried. They already contacted Jewish people I worked for and was like, yo, y'all got this nigga on your staff who talks mad shit about, Zionists and this and that, and they couldn't do shit to me, okay? All these fucking idiotic variants out there who tried to do that to me, you fucking failed miserably. But I hope the generation behind us is as fearless because they just can't live with this. I'm going to hit play again.
Within 40, 50 miles of Netanyahu.
Let me answer you. We will investigate that. We were caught by surprise. And there are many faults.
Let me ask you
both
this.
of the army and the government.
How could you be caught by surprise? How could you be caught by surprise when you had Hamas's plans for a year? Netanyahu had Hamas's terror attacks for a year. Why didn't they act on it?
These faults will be uncovered, and there are many challenges, and we will investigate everything.
So it was only
we're gonna wait.
Fault.
And they had the plans for a year. And this is how I hear some of these people in mainstream try to explain it. Well, the thing is, he was just putting too much attention towards helping the settlers. And if you hear anybody who's former IDF, they're like, that's BS. The censors would have caught everything. You took you that long to respond. I look at it like this. There have been collaborators in the past who allow for things to happen so that they can get certain things. And I think this is history repeating itself. And the crazy part about it is, how many people who don't get the full scope of what's going on, even Zionists who don't get the full scope of what's really going on. And then you have the Katie Halper types who don't, they're trying to be good and speak out against this, but they don't realize that initial sin and lie that was going on even back in the late 1930s and 40s. They don't get the whole gravity of what was going on then either. It's a lot more sinister than a lot of these people are willing to allow themselves to understand.
Thank you. You know, that's a very excellent and crucial point that you make. It is far more sinister than you think.
Mm-hmm. Y'all just want to put all the blame on one guy with a weird little mustache. One thing I've learned in history is the whole idea of a lone gunman, the lone wolf. None of that shit is ever true.
True. No.
All of this stuff is always a conspiracy that involves many players. Always. Ain't no lone wolves and none of this shit. But if y'all want to be that ignorant and gullible, be that naive and gullible, hey, fine. Right, ignorance is bliss. Believe how you want to.
Yep. You know, it's you know, Marcus, I can't help but think like the propaganda, the media narrative, the comments, the guests. Dog, this is exactly how they did people who look like you and I in this place for the longest fucking time, dog.
Mm-hmm.
You know, again, we can't control our sexual urges. The only thing we want to do is rape white women. That was the first fucking movie that they showed in this country in the White House, right? The Birth of a Nation. What was it about? You niggas can't control yourself. You're going to rape white women.
Mm-hmm.
As if we don't have our own beautiful women to try to bone. We only have to chase white women because, you know, we just never seen it before. It's just fucking, the whole place is yeah, this is Hell's Kitchen, Hell's living room, Hell's bedroom, Hell's foyer, Hell's patio, porch, all of it.
Yeah, Denver over there was saying Scarborough.
Denver, what's up? Rockfin, what's up?
Yeah, I got Denver over here. Because I've been kind of chit-chatting back and forth. I'm in the chat. Denver over here, Elise. Who else was in there that I was talking to? Copeland also saying, you know, Scarborough is still providing Hasbara. And this is what it is. The only thing is you got to throw a little bit of truth in with the BS. And a lot of these people are just not, they're not ready for the real truth. They're really not. Yes, exactly. What you don't know will hurt you. Ignorance isn't bliss. Well, is bliss in the sense of think about what was it? Remember The Godfather, right? Remember when he had to take old boy out on the boat?
Yo, Confession. I've never seen The Godfather. Not one of them.
Wow.
Not 10 minutes of the movie. Not 5 minutes, not 10 minutes, not 3 minutes of any Godfather movie.
Honestly, it's probably better that you never saw when you were younger and you could see it for the first time as you're older, because you're going to understand the gravity more of what's going on with the stuff. But it's like that guy where you take them out, they don't even see shit coming, and next thing you know, they're slumped. That's, you don't hurt you if you get slumped and you don't even see it coming.
I only know about The Godfather through rap music, with all the different references in rap. And you know, I'm sharp enough to catch the references and catch a couple of things, but I just never really, I never ever wanted to watch The Godfather. I watched The Untouchables with Elliot Ness. You know what I'm saying? I watched Goodfellas. I watched Casino, but I never watched The Godfather. That shit just seemed mad long and boring as fuck.
It's long.
It seemed boring as fuck. and
It's
uninteresting.
it's not. It's very well written, very great acting throughout the. I mean, it's well done. I watch all that stuff. I mean, anytime you're dealing with any kind of crime syndicates and all that, I know about all of. If it's especially if it's true, actual real people, you know, true story type stuff. I watch all the
Thanks,
crime dramas.
Thomas. Yeah, I like Thomas, man. He be getting it. I like that, Thomas.
Yes, you're the unorthodox, you know, and I'm the
Asshole. It's
professorial.
okay.
I'm the professor in here, so it's kind of weird. Like briefly for a little while, that was like a nickname people call me as a kid. Call me a
Yeah,
professor. They're
man.
like, you're Mr. Book Smart.
You know, and you know, we've been so serious and shit like that, but I'm about to piss you off even more. And all my nerds in here. This is just a random thought that just came to me.
Thomas never watched The Godfather either. Wow.
Oh, Thomas never seen it? There we go, Thomas.
What is
He
wrong
on
with
my
my
side.
chat?
Look, it's me, Thomas, and Miguel versus the world. Fuck y'all. We ready.
Warren said, I saw Stop or my mom will shoot. Wow.
Look, but I can tell you, I watched New Jack City. That's my shit.
We got that one last clip though. Well, I've seen all of them, you know.
Yeah. Oh,
Damn,
Cowboy Kitty's on my side too. Okay, Kitty.
hell?
Let's go, Kitty.
Man, I swear when I start my other channel, wait a minute. Let me check. You and Travia's channel, are y'all gonna be talking mostly what?
We're gonna do sports and entertainment. That's what we're gonna do. Sports and
Okay,
entertainment.
so I won't be stepping on y'all toes doing
Thank you, Kitty.
like,
We in the same age bracket, Kitty. Thank you.
So my film and TV stuff won't be stepping on y'all toes too much.
Chris H, you saw it late, so you could still too. You on our side too, Chris H. Thank you.
Here, I'm just trying to make sure. So I won't be stepping on y'all toes, right?
Man, nigga, we family, baby. We all do the same shit. Don't matter.
All right, because I was like, I don't want to be trying to step on my boys.
No,
channel.
nigga, we gonna all do the same. Nick, we gonna eat together, man. You already know me,
because I figure because I figure I'm gonna go ahead and get my little thing started, and then when y'all hop in on certain segments, I'll just come over, you know, and y'all always are welcome on my little spot too. I've been chomping at the bit at work, getting back to putting my videos together and uploading videos. I do enjoy it. So I'll probably be doing that soon.
Probably next week sometime, Chris. Yeah. But Marcus, you know I'm a nerd too. You know, I read a lot of comic books. I collected comic book cards as a kid and shit like that. And then I checked the news yesterday, and they told me that when Marvel does the new Fantastic Four, they make a Silver Surfer a woman. Dog.
I know I'm a movie fan. Like my uncle we used to go over to his house, and like he had the huge giant big screen, and he'd make popcorn for us and all that. So I mean, all my uncles, we all watch movies together. So you know, that was our thing. Oh yeah, the last clip, we're just because this will just tie a little bow on the end of all this stuff, and it'll tie back into what we were saying about some of the China stuff. I couldn't believe
Janet yelling, right?
The yelling clip. Did you see what she said? If you didn't, y'all check out what she says. This is kind of funny to me that we sent her over here to deliver this message. It's just kind of funny. It's like, seriously? Damn, do y'all even have a channel name yet, Chris?
No, not yet. We ain't got a name yet. But it's gonna be my homeboy's channel. He gonna do it. He been begging me for like months and months and months to like get on, you know, to get on with him to do something like entertainment sports, because that's what we do. We sit there and we analyze, you know, sports and entertainment shit. You know what I mean? Because you know, I'm complex.
Oh yeah, y'all should be doing more entertainment news though, right?
No, not just news, but all of it. Breaking shit down, watching
No,
shit.
I'm talking about like more like for instance, like this Diddy stuff and all that. That'll be like in the wheelhouse.
Yeah, a little bit. Like even like the whole shit what's going on with J. Cole, Drake, and Kendrick right now. You know, they got the whole
Yeah.
hip hop world on
Okay.
fire. You know,
Okay. Cool.
J. Cole just put out his project, and you know that's fire. But no, not yet, Khaled. Not yet.
Actually, I do have.
Marcus
I have
does.
I do.
Marcus got like 5.
Not that well. Technically, this channel will be my 4th. But one of them, I don't really do anything on. It's kind of a dead channel. One of them is kind of a dead channel because
something wrong with Warren, yo.
Oh, I know. One of the channels is a dead channel. The other channel is Hebrew apologetics, where I teach the Bible and stuff. So everybody's not necessarily into that, Khaledin.
But yeah, you know, I do. You know, I'm very much into sports. I'm very much into music. I read a lot. You know, it's not just only politics. I'm very much into several things. You know what I mean?
But if you wanted to see some of my old stuff, all the old videos are still there.
They're all still there. Correct.
But in fact, I'll pull it up for those who did not know. I have the other channel. I will.
Yeah, I'm also a coach. You know, I coach a bunch of kids and shit like that. I'm around these kids. Marcus, I give them the Bluetooth in the car. Oh my God, I'm not an old man. Despite the grays that you guys can see here, I'm not that old, especially in here. I'm not old. But I give the kids the Bluetooth in the car because I want to hear the shit that they listening to. Oh my God, Marcus. They just don't like anything of quality.
I don't even want to listen to what they be listening to. I don't even want to listen. I'll put on headphones while we driving, so I don't have to listen to their shit. So this is the original channel. And I still put up every now and then. If I do some TikTok stuff, I'll throw my TikTok stuff up here.
You know, I don't even know if people really even know the story about how me and you even came together. Maybe some of the OGs who've been around for a while. Maybe some of them do. Yeah, maybe some of them do. Marcus had 2 other co-hosts prior, and Marcus was talking on a different level that they weren't ready for. Marcus was on like level 5, and they were still on Marcus was in high school or college, and they were still in elementary school or kindergarten type levels. So, you know, pause. I jumped in Marcus's DMs like, yo, son, I understood what the fuck you were saying. He responded to me. Me and him started talking. We got on the phone, and what is it, 4 years later, me and you still cool as fuck.
Yep. And Khaledin, to answer your question, yes, I do go. Sometimes I'm doing, as far as Hebrew apologetics, sometimes I am doing Bible breakdowns, but sometimes I am showing historical stuff and covering secular topics and how it ties into prophecy and different things like that. So it's a mixture of things. It's not always Bible heavy. Sometimes it's geography. Like I was covering migration patterns and changes of different people within the Levant and stuff like that, which people don't know about, ancient kingdoms and history, like Bible history, which a lot of people don't know about.
Yo, shout out to Joe Nina. That's my Monday morning quarterback. You know, it's my little secret. You know, I reach out to Joe Nina for feedback, you know, afterwards. So Joe Nina, you already know I'm gonna hit your jack. So, you know, just be
thank you, Chris H. Chris H says, I got on the Hebrew apologetics. I need help unraveling the Bible prophecy. The Antichrist video was good. Thank you, sir.
Word. All right. Oh, Marcus, I got it for you.
All right, cool.
Let me go ahead and get this ready. Let's see. Here we go. Janet Yellen. Yo, she said some crazy shit, Marcus.
It just listening to it, I'm like, it's so arrogant the way that the U.S. walks into countries and tries to get people to say shit.
Oh, look at Brew Bones 1982. I see you, Brew Bones. Hi.
She probably like, y'all still alive? What the hell you? Actually, let me mute up and I'll call her real quick.
I know she is. Hi, Brew Bones. Hi. In case y'all don't know, that's Marcus's lady who I'm making nice faces at. So don't get crazy, y'all.
Janet Yellen is in China with a tough message. The U.S. Treasury Secretary says China is producing too much of everything and the world can't absorb it all. During a meeting with the governor of Guangdong province, Yellen was quick to get to the point.
And this includes the issue of China's industrial overcapacity, which the United States and other countries are concerned can cause global spillovers.
Amid weak domestic demand and fueled by government support, China has unleashed a flood of low-cost goods onto the global market and has prices for many goods tumbling, putting pressure on producers in other countries. Yellen identified electric vehicles and solar panels as among areas of concern. Now she wants to convince China that curbing the excess production of goods would be in China's interest. Addressing the American Chamber of Commerce in Guangzhou, she drew parallels with the previous time of change.
China's implementation of market reforms generated one of the most significant economic success stories of our lifetimes, lifting hundreds of millions of people from poverty. There's potential for significant gains from reform now as well.
However, China may take some convincing to pull back production. Officials have set a growth target of around 5% for the year and are widely expected to do more stimulus measures as part of a bid to meet that 5% goal. Yellen is meeting senior Chinese officials during her visit, including Vice Premier He Lifeng. She's also expected to raise concerns that China is becoming a less friendly place for foreign firms and investors.
Did she just?
This place is so weird. It's a Twilight Zone.
Oh, I don't even know what happened to Marcus. I was just hitting his phone. I didn't realize he wasn't even on. But she just said that they're producing too much and they need to really chill. I mean, just think about that. Just really think about that. Considering the discussion that we had earlier about people being unable to afford things, and then you're like, oh, you're producing so much and you need to chill the fuck out. I mean, it's really wild. It really is. The audacity, the hubris, whatever word or term you want to use to describe it, that's what it is. And there's really oh shit, they said Marcus pulled an Irish goodbye. Yeah, that's where they come in. They just look around and they just dip. They don't say a word. But anyway, yeah, to tell China that you're producing too much that the world won't ever use. I mean, what exactly is it they're producing too much of that the world cannot use? I don't know. Oh, there we go. I'm going to take myself off screen. Bye, guys. But I'm back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you, man.
I can't hear nothing.
I hear you. Let me, I got to hit
Are
your
you
phone.
muted, Chris?
No, I'm not muted. I just text you too.
Oh, okay. That's weird. I can't hear shit. Shit, I'm gonna hop out and then come back in.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what was up with I don't know what was up with Marcus. You know, we've been going like 3 hours, 45 minutes. We got a couple people in here, and if we didn't say it before, because we was all in the shit. We appreciate you guys sticking with us, and we enjoy your feedback. We enjoy your commentary. You don't always have to agree, and that's fine. And one thing, if you don't agree with us, we will never disrespect you, and we will not block you. Marcus and I are not some sensitive ass people. Because me too. I'm also a consumer of content. And while I will disagree with certain content creators, I will not be disrespectful in my. I will not be disrespectful in my because I disagree with you, right? But I watch some certain Black American content creators. If you go against them, they will block you. They will have their moderators block you from the chat. You will no longer be able to participate, or maybe they'll block you. Them pussy ass niggas on Fresh and Fit, they banned me like 2 years ago. They blocked me on Fresh and Fit 2 years ago. I was taking shots at them from the first time I ever saw them two clowns on the YouTube. All that shit. Look, and to people who have children or young men and shit like that, please don't let them listen to people like an Andrew Tate or Fresh and Fit or any of those people. Don't let your boys listen to that and believe that that is how men should act. That's not how men should act. That is not the behavior that men should display or carry on. You should not be using your money. You should not be using your money with to spend it on Instagram, whatever. Wesley, you try to be Wesley says I try to be tactful with my disagreements with varying degrees of success. Wesley, we don't mind it. You can disagree. You guys can tell us, yo, you're talking shit. You sound crazy. You sound like an idiot. You sound like a moron. I mean, obviously, just try to be a little bit respectful with it. You did mention the word tactful. Where I'm not going to be bothered. I walk around with the thought that everything that I know could be wrong, and that the things that I'm saying are wrong or incorrect or not 100% factual. So if you ever say, yo, Chris, you wildin', I'm not going to block you, curse you out, or shun you, or shit on you, or anything like that. I welcome that. I think that makes for a better program. And again, it helps me grow, helps you grow. I think it helps everybody grow. So again, my skin is thick. My father didn't play no games. So again, my mom is she didn't play no games either. It's okay. It's okay to say that, guys, we disagree with you, or we didn't like what you said, or I don't think that would be the be all end all. No one is going to agree with everyone 100% of the time on anything. There will always be disagreements. There will always be things where we don't necessarily align 100%. But you know what? We probably agree on most things most of the time. So in the instances in which we don't, it's okay to voice that. You will never be disrespected. Again, Thomas just said, I've been blocked by most of the Mormon, Hotep, FBA channels. I don't know what ABO is, ABO. I don't know what the ABO is, Thomas. But what'd you say?
That's the Aboriginals.
Okay. I didn't know that. Kaladin, Abba and Preach are they kind of cool. They funny too. But
yeah, I like Abba and Preach.
Yeah, but Fresh and Fit, I think they goofball niggas because they're in this manosphere and they're trying to help men and but they only sit around 20 some odd. They only
honestly, I wish like for them, Fresh and Fit, if there was like celebrity boxing where like or just YouTuber boxing, I'd be like, Chris, I step in the ring with one, you step in the ring with one, and we handle these fucking clowns. That's how I feel about them.
And I'm a southpaw, so that kind of messes people up because
same here.
they're not prepared to deal with the southpaw. A lot of people people struggle against the southpaws because most people are right-handed. But my right hand don't play the radio either. Right? I'm not the toughest guy ever, but I got a strong chin, and we was outside and we fell and all that kind of shit. With that being said, Fresh and Fit, they just talked to Instagram models and Insta thoughts and 20 some odd year old girls who love posting themselves in bikinis and questionable positions, and they just want to have sex with those girls. And homeboy Fresh, I don't know if it's Fresh or Fit, but the Nigerian looking dude, and he's kind of ugly as fuck. I'm sorry, most of the time I don't be judging niggas like that, but the dark skinned dude, and not because he's dark skinned. My father's very dark skinned. Close your eyes. That is my father's complexion. So I just say that to say that I'm not hating on anybody because of their complexion. I'm saying that motherfucker's ugly. And he only get chicks because he pays for the women.
But that's what both of them do, though. Both of them, they hold the show model, and they wouldn't. And honestly, they wouldn't be shit without Kevin Samuels. Because without Kevin, they wouldn't have none of the airplay that they got. That's the person who they rode up off of his coattails. And really, all they do is they bring on Instagram and OnlyFans models to shit on them, and the girls only do it because it helps plug them, and so they can get bigger. So it's basically just a whole network of everybody grifting off of each other.
Yo, somebody said, are we talking about Seal? Yo, that shit is very fucking funny because if you know Seal and you see the dude, yo, that is very, Jill Stein, that shit is, you sharp. That was good. No, Fresh is not Andrew Tate, but Andrew Tate and his brother, they're other cornballs too. Again, while all these niggas in the manosphere, the only girls they ever talk to are fucking thoughts. They never talk to actual women. If
you're talking about the Tate brothers, these are the same dudes who basically are trafficking women. So they only deal with women who are probably attractive women who mentally probably are very fragile, or they have confidence issues, who they can be pushed around and bullied. So when it comes down to it, both of them are still kind of fucking bullies. So I don't really like them either.
No, because they seem to only talk to the women who are abused and who are very, who don't care about their sexual behavior. Usually when you see correct. Usually when you see women who are extremely sexual like that, who don't seem to care, unfortunately, if you drill down deep enough, there's some kind of abuse there in most cases. I'm not saying 100% because some people are just freaks. I get it. But a lot of the time, there's something there. And you guys are in your 30s and you spend more time than not talking to 22, 23-year-olds, telling them they're not shit. But yet you're paying them to be there and you're trying to fuck all of them chicks. You're trying to fuck them all. I hate dudes like that. I really fucking do. Because they ain't got no fucking swag, B. They ain't got no fucking swag outside of I can pay for you. That's their whole thing. Oh, I got money. I could pay for you. Shorty, come check me out in my Miami high rise. Or come check me out on Brickell. Or come see me in Club Live. That's their whole shit. Then they're like, oh, do you know how many men we've saved? The Sudan nigga, what's his name? Fresh or Fit, whatever his name is.
No, he's Fresh.
Sudan. Huh?
Yeah, he's I think he's Fresh, and the Haitian one is Fit.
No, he's Nigerian. He's not Haitian.
Well, whatever the fuck he is, I don't like none of I don't like the bastards anyway.
Yeah, but the manosphere, dog, they work my nerves because they give men the worst type of advice.
Well, and then when you got the other ones, these are the ones who are like, yeah, even if your man is beating the shit out of you and cheating on you, you should never divorce him. Like,
he's protecting and providing you. Okay, yeah, he protected you by giving you a left hook and a right hook, right? And he's providing by, I guess, giving you an ice pack after he done left hooked and right hooked you, right? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. They're all corny, dog. All of them are corny. All of them. There's a lot of them now in the wake of Kevin Samuels being gone. But all these dudes, you would be wrong to listen to these guys. You really would. If you listen to them, they seem like they have the women they want aren't into them without their money, so that makes them super bitter because they can't bag the girls that they've been beating their dicks off to without the money to pay them girls to be there. You understand? These are very desperate, corny ass niggas. And they just very desperate dudes. They look corny. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah. Since I cut in and out on the yelling stuff, did you see what she was saying basically?
Oh, yeah. She was like, yo, you making too much product. You got to chill because, we can't beat people in the head if you flood the market with too much shit that people can buy cheaply.
Yeah, and what that is like, yo, you making it hard for us to fucking have false scarcity and raise prices on everything, and you messing up our inflation. So you're giving the game away, China. And honestly, I think that's how China is starting that first wave of attack against them. And what's going to happen is when they try to press China like they did to Japan back in the day, China gonna be like, oh, for real? That's how you want to fucking play? And China's gonna be like, you know what? I was trying to be nice with y'all, but I see we got to get y'all up out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's gonna lead to BRICS going from economic to being militarily also, just like Kaladin was saying. That's what's gonna lead to that, the BRICS becoming military, and that's also going to give Iran and North Korea both the go ahead to not bluff anymore.
Marcus, in full disclosure, I got a cousin who works for the UN. I tell her all the time, like, her shit is trash. Everything she does is trash. And she'd be like, God damn, why do you have to be so fucking harsh on me? I said, because your whole institution stands for nothing. It's just play. I hope that another domino that falls with everything that's happening on an international level. I hope that people would look at the United Nations and see that they exist only to serve the Western powers. When I say West, I'm talking about France, Germany, England,
the white countries,
United States. You know what I mean? I'm talking about those countries because the UN supposedly passed a resolution criticizing Israel, and the response from certain member countries was like, why are we doing this? You understand? That's another institution that you should be throwing rocks at. You should not be giving them praise. You understand? Not even 25 years ago, Wesley. Not even.
I mean, when it comes down to it, think about when it was formed. The shit was formed basically right after World War II.
Mm-hmm.
And the only real reason is it was put there as a guise so that they can step on any kind of uprising in Europe that went against anything that England, I wouldn't even say France, I'll say England, I actually just say UK and America, because those are the only two that really matter within. So, I mean, honestly, they've only been there as another tool for the U.S. and Great Britain to be able to exercise power just from another lens.
And Marcus, I know we're coming up on 4 hours. It's almost 2:00 here on the East Coast. I know everybody's like, okay, when you guys going to end this? But I did want to end this on this. Twitter, I see a lot of conversation about this motherfucking pussy ass, what's his name, Ben Shapiro and dummy Candace Owens. That is another one of the most mind-numbingly stupid debates, discussions, things, trending topics that is happening. Candace Owens is a fucking Brit now. Yeah, she's from St. Thomas, cut her teeth a little bit in the United States, but that's a black girl that's a white woman cosplaying as a black woman. and Ben Shapiro's cosplaying as a man. His voice is too high pitched. I think Ben Shapiro is trans, but not trans from man to woman. I think he's a woman trans pretending to be a man, right? His voice too high. He sounds like a bitch. He tried to grow the little, my beard ain't the greatest. I shave my shit and all that. But he grew a little bit of fucking dirt. He put a little bit of dirt on his face to try to make himself seem like that he's a man. But we've known for the longest time that Ben Shapiro is a bitch among bitches. You understand? And Candace Owens, we know that she only exists in the status that she exists because she just talked negatively. She's spoken the most negative terms about Black people for quite a while. She hangs with Charlie Kirk. If you watch Charlie Kirk now, Charlie Kirk don't want to get on a plane if he sees a Black pilot, right? He's like, I'm going to question whether or not, they're qualified. So then don't get on the fucking plane and bitch, walk wherever you need to go. You understand? And Yonina, yes, you are correct. That is them. But anyway, I see a lot of this shit about Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro, and they're going to debate. And then what's his name? Bet David. He put out this video where he said, I just want to make it clear. And, all these pussies have to qualify everything when you talk about Israel, right? If you're Jewish and you talk about Israel, you have to say, my grandmother and grandfather escaped the Holocaust. Or you have to say, my grandmother and grandfather were killed in the Holocaust. So I can be a little bit critical of Israel. We do not need to qualify ourselves when we talk about any other fucking group. Okay? We don't. Especially Black Americans here in the United States. Black Americans here in the United States, why are you tiptoeing around this group? Because if there's going to be a victim of fucking Olympics, if you want to talk about what happened in 1930s, okay, cool. Talk about what happened in the 1930s, 1940s. It pales in comparison to what happened to you and your people here in this world for a couple centuries. You dig? So why are you holding your tongue? Again, Candace Owens, even though her people are West Indian, they come from St. Thomas. Again, why are you even holding your tongue, right?
Technically half of her people.
Yeah, half her people are from St. Thomas. Again, whether you're from St. Thomas, Baltimore, Ohio, and you look like us, you dealt with some shit in the last couple centuries or so. Shit ain't equal.
And an update, because I just looked in on it a little bit before the show. They've come to an agreement. It's not going to be on any of these other platforms because a lot of people reached out. What they kind of, long story short, they're going to have it on the Daily Wire platform between her and Ben. No moderator, them going for like an hour and a half. And what it's going to turn into more than likely is just a train wreck of both of the two arguing and yelling and back and forth and nobody listening, which is probably going to be a big waste of time and nothing but profit for the Daily Wire. So,
and it's going to be Candace saying, well,
and then I was going to say real quick.
The Holocaust. We should take bets on how many times the Holocaust, Hitler, Germany will be referenced in that.
Actually, I will predict this now. The most overheard topic is going to be October 7th and anti-Semitism, blood libel. You're probably going to hear those three more than anything.
Correct.
And I would say, and it cracked. What was it? Jesse Waters was on the PBD or whatever, and he was talking about, I hate to see the conservatives fighting against each other. We need to be a mob like the left all together. And I'm like, are conservatives really this damn dumb? I mean,
yes.
There is the left is not no united mob. The liberals are a united mob who roll as one. But what they've done is they've basically suppressed all the other wings of the party. And the other wings of the party don't even have a voice. It's the equivalent of if the Rhino Republicans had all the power and there was no MAGA. I mean, they don't get that it's not unanimous. Most of the party do not like the leaders of the party and don't agree with them. And the same way MAGA feels about the the Romneys and the Jeb Bushes and all that, the left of the so-called leftists, communist, socialists, whatever, that's how they feel about the Pelosi's and the Hakeem Jeffries and all them other motherfuckers. It's the only thing is the so-called left in this country has no actual voice. All you're hearing is moderate liberals, and they're calling that the left, which honestly, a lot of them share a lot of the same views with Republicans. So it's ridiculous when they call the left X is a mob. No, they don't.
You
Guys are
know,
just idiots.
To Chris H's point and to yours, Marcus, Chris H says in the chat, thank you. It's getting harder every day to tolerate shit from these conservatives. You shouldn't tolerate anything from that particular group anymore. You should really just be very flagrant and tell them to shut the fuck up. Oh, Marcus, did I tell you about my Karen run-in this week? Real quick side note, because I just had to tell you, I don't know what made me think of it, what Chris said. So look, I took my son to the post office. I was getting him his passport. He's going to Colombia in July, right? So we go in the post office, and the post office got the line for everybody who's shipping packages and shit like that. Cool. Boom. The dude who's handling the passports, he's on the right side. He's at the register, more by himself. I walk up there. My son is next to me. Here goes this white woman. She comes up to me. She's like, excuse me, do you see a line? I looked at Marcus, and I said, Marcus, watch this. This is how you handle them. I said, oh, thank you. I couldn't see. I didn't see all these people on this line here. Thank you for pointing out that all these people were waiting for some type of service. I had no idea. I've never been in this building before. I've never needed a service here before. So thank you for pointing this out to me. And then she decided to keep talking at that point. So I tapped my son again. I said, yo, Marcus, watch this, boss. So I said, yo, they got a name for you, right, Karen? I said, this is why we call you Karen. How about you mind your fucking business and you worry about your line and what you're doing? You understand? So of course she was next to another Karen. So I caught her saying to the other white lady next to her, he didn't have to respond like that. I said, no, I probably didn't have to respond like that. But had you mind your business from the fucking start of this interaction and just say good morning to me and nothing else, we wouldn't be here. My son was like, damn, son, you really went in. So I just really, I don't know what made me think of that, Marcus. I meant to call you or text you and tell you that. But I really gave that little white lady business. And look, keep in mind, there was we was in a black neighborhood, and there was some white people in the post office. Yo, all the niggas in the line in the post office, they started laughing. That woman wanted to finish her business and hurry the fuck up so fucking fast. Something wrong with them. Talk to your people. For those of you who are related to Karen, talk to your people. Tell them to mind their fucking business. Because a lot of times they be speaking out of pocket, out of turn. And if they don't chill, the more we progress in time, the worse it's going to get from them. So all of you Karens and Auntie Karens and the rest of you, control yourselves. Calmate, por favor. Okay? Because it's not going to get any better for you. There was another comment I wanted to respond to, Marcus. Let me see, Benjamin. Back to the Candace and what's his name, Shapiro shit. Son, that debate is just going to be about the level of criticism that you are allowed to give to the Zionists. That is the only reason why they're having this debate. If they did Candace Owens so dirty, look how dirty they did her. She wants to have a quote unquote debate with this nigga. Candace Owens is not a fucking intellectual. And again, all this shit is a sham. They will always take stupid niggas like her and make her seem like she speaks for everybody. Keep in mind, Candace Owens has a white husband. All of her friends are white. All of her pictures are on social media. So whether you're on Twitter or Instagram, you can see Candace Owens' entire circle is full of white people, yet she gets paid to talk about niggas. Let me repeat that. Candace Owens' circle is full of white people, but she is paid to talk negative about niggas. Pay that bitch no fucking mind. Yes, I mean that to be very disrespectful. You understand? Candace is female. Steven from Django. Correct, Jill Stein. Thank you. Pay her no fucking mind. Do not take her serious. Okay, a broken clock is right twice a day. She's going to say something where you say, yeah, I agree. When she talks about, oh, the family, you know, again, she's like, oh, the problem with the black people is that, you know, the father's not in the house. The black family, you know, they lost the father. Yo ass got kids with a white man. So does that mean your kids are in danger because they don't have a black fucking father, bitch?
Good point.
Because your kids they got a little bit of melanin from your side, right? They got a little bit of people. They got a little bit of color in them from you at the very least. And you're saying everybody else is, all these other black people are suffering because they're quote unquote, their fathers are not around or not doing their job. Well, how can you speak on anything black, specifically black American at that? You live in England. Your husband is English. He's connected to people in the parliament. You ain't got nothing to do with nobody over here. And just because you cool with Kanye West, and we all like Kanye West for the artist who he is as far as his music, don't think that because I like his fucking music that I need Kanye West's direction on anything political, whether it be domestic or foreign politics. I don't pay Kanye West no attention for his political shit. I fucks with Kanye music to Kanye, my dude, as far as the music go. I don't listen to him as far as anything political because Kanye is another dude who be having his mouth wide open for these white guys. You listen to Kanye, the only person you want to be like is Disney. I want to be like Tesla. I want to be like Einstein, etc., etc., etc. So Kanye got a fucking complex that he needs to correct within himself as well. But I just want to let you guys know, Candace Owens don't speak for 1% of black people. She speaks for maybe 0.0012% of black folk. Maybe. And I'm being generous. I'm just saying, just beware. They allow people like this on TV to push their narratives, whatever it might be. And Ben Shapiro, come on, man, just listen to him. He's already been outed. He's a fucking mouthpiece for the Zionists.
Yeah,
correct.
He's Israel first all day.
Yeah, and look, Candace Owens had no problem when she was being extremely disrespectful and nasty towards black people. The Daily Wire, Breitbart, and the rest of it, no one had a problem with Candace Owens. She said the most minor criticism of Israel and them fucking dirty ass rabbis, the two of them that she got into it with. Again, there's something wrong with these people. You sell sex toys with your daughter. There's something wrong with you. You look like that character from He-Man. This is Rabbi Shmuley I'm talking about. You look like you look very sick, Rabbi Shmuley. Something's wrong with you. You know, obviously you're so evil. This is why you're not blessed with looks. You look disgusting. The only reason why you have a daughter is because, you know, you guys do have to procreate, and somebody's mother pushed their daughter onto you. I'm sure that the person you had children with had to close her eyes when you were impregnating her. Ugh, can you imagine Rabbi Shmuley? Women in the crowd, if there's any left, can you imagine Rabbi Shmuley on top of you? Ugh, I pray for y'all.
You mean Rabbi Grildor?
Yes, that's his name. Yes.
That's what I see his ugly ass as.
Dog, if you see, it's always, he's disgusting. And again, the fact that even your daughter would agree to have a dildo company with your dad, there's something wrong with your daughter too. You probably abused her or somebody abused them. This is why there are a bunch of pedophiles over there. That's why they run there. Though that whole culture is disgusting and they need to be gone. I'm sorry. The entire culture is nasty. And that's not to say anything about individual people. I'm saying the people who act like Rabbi Shmuley and the rest of them who behave and carry themselves like that, those are the ones that we're okay without. I'm just saying. And we're at a point now where we should stop tiptoeing around these people. We have been tiptoeing around them for so long, and because we're tiptoeing one at a time, it allows them to snipe us one at a time. We have to start being like very just. You got to start being real. I mean, because again, they can't do us all like that. The problem is that we're very fragmented and we are not like them in terms of our solidarity, whether or not we agree with each other on every point or not. They have solidarity with each other. We don't. Therefore, it allows them to be stronger in the marketplace of ideas and debate because they all stand together. No, dog. It's past time we push back on that. You know what I'm saying? I hope what I'm saying makes sense. Did I put Marcus to sleep?
No. I'm still here.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm just letting you do your thing.
And then shaved his daughter's pubes and glued that on too. It looks like it, don't it, Wesley?
Oh, that's so gross. Oh, that's so
Wait,
gross.
Warren said that. Wait, hold on. Warren said the same thing. So did Aina. Hold on. Is that true?
Oh, look at that name.
Hold on, I'm going through. I wasn't reading the comments. Let me see what. Pause, Chris, Kansas, and distraction. I'm going through the comments. Hold on. Showing a tunnel rat. Yeah, Warren is funny. He said tunnel rat. If you've been to New York, you see them rats in the tunnel. He fits his size and description. Hold on. Oh yeah, of course, Thomas. He does. Shmuley looked like he shaved his. Looks like he shaved his crotch and glued that shit to the face. Yo, Warren.
Until you read Wesley's, I was like, oh wow, okay.
Oh, what Wesley said, and then shaved his daughter's pubes and glued it. Okay. I thought that was being real, and I'm like, what? Yo, Marcus, you see the name?
Yes, that's what I said. You didn't see this name?
Yo.
Yo, that kind of remind me of what Alex Jones said to him in the debate. He said it, but what do you call it? Rabbi Butler, you got to plug in right now. Oh man. And then he transitioned from that into, Michelle's a man.
Of course. Michelle's a man. They've been showing me the same picture of Michelle's dick for years. I mean, hey, it is what it is at this point. You might want to chill because if Michelle's dick is as big as y'all make it seem, Michelle would be the one to catch you in the corner and probably take it from you. So y'all might just want to chill with, messing with a man of Michael's size and stature. Just be careful.
Maybe it's just penis envy.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe. Come on, Marcus. It's not maybe. Remove the maybe from that sentence. Remove it from that. Remove it. This is why they're so into porn. This is why they're so into pedophilia. Everything about. Never mind. Let me chill. Let me relax. Anyway, it's 2:13 on the East Coast. That means it is probably 11:13 on the West Coast.
Correct.
And,
14.
People in Central Time and Mountain Time. You guys are not left out. But clearly I'm on East. Marcus is on West. I'm still full of life. Marcus, if you want to hit me up after, I'm about to go hit this joint. I'm actually wide awake. I slept good.
Yeah, I'll call you after we get off.
Yeah. I was very productive today. I feel full of life. My kids got a basketball game in the morning, so I'm hoping that I can get them ready. So, I'll probably be at the gym probably like 11:30 tomorrow. Working these kids out. Look, I'll be working the referees, the parents, all that shit. I'm very animated on the sidelines. I'm glad they don't be taking too much videos of me. You know what I mean? Because I'm very extra, but I think I'm a little effective. You know, the kids all fuck with me. They all want to ride with me after. Oh, coach, can we go with you? Coach, can we go with you? Yo, these motherfuckers be costing me so much money. Oh, I can't stand them, but you know, I do love them. You know what I mean? But anyway, Marcus, I don't know what happened to your
And
computer.
I want to say real quick, you know, to those on the Rockland side, apologies that I haven't popped back in and said anything, but I'm going from my phone, so I'm only in the stream yard. But shout out to everybody who's over there, who's still over there. And if you're watching this later on and you're watching this up until this point, you're a trooper and we love you. Um, and thank you for everybody who tuned in tonight, no matter where you were listening to or watching us from, whether you were in the chat or whether you were just listening from the back. We appreciate all of y'all.
Yes, seriously, we really do. You know, as I always say, take care of you, take care of your own. Be cognizant, watch yourself, be careful, don't drink and drive. You know, that's a new one. But quite honestly, you know, take care of you and yourself. Enjoy this life. You know, we cover these things that make us passionate. They make us angry. They make us sad. They make us feel a little bit on the negative side of the emotional spectrum. But also, don't forget to enjoy your life. You know, find things on the positive side of the emotional spectrum, right? Laugh, live, love, and all that shit that girls have on their room. You know what I mean?
That's
I
all
don't
right. I
have
guess I could probably come on camera for the last minute. For the last
right.
minute. Why not? That's like for whoever waited for this last minute. No green screens.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Just from the phone.
There we go. But anyway, guys, good night. Have a good one. We out of here.
All right. Here.